Good evening. Somewhere in this world, right now, it is a little before dawn on a very cold morning, and a man is being taken out of a cell he has lived in for 8 months and told that he has less than an hour left to live. He does not know yet that he is going to survive it. Neither tonight do you. That is the whole strange gift of the story we are going to sit with. You already know how it ends, and he did not. And that difference is the entire distance between a life and a life you are paying attention to. You do not have to follow all of this. You do not have to remember any of it. This is not a lecture, and there will be no examination in the morning. The lights are off, or nearly off. Your body has already begun the slow work of letting go of the day, and my only job for the next 4 hours is to keep the room quiet while it does that. We are going to spend that time with Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky, and with one morning in particular, the 22nd of December, 1849. A parade ground on the edge of St. Petersburg. Snow, soldiers, a wooden scaffold, 21 men in white linen, and a decision made in an office months earlier by a man who never came to watch, that those men should be told they were about to be shot, and then, at the last possible moment, told that they were not. It is one of the very few moments in literary history where you can point at a single hour and say, after this, the writing changed. Before that morning, he was a promising young author with one good book and several disappointments behind him. After it, over the following 30 years, he wrote the novels that put him permanently into the small group of people the human race keeps returning to when it wants to understand itself. We are going to walk through it slowly. The morning first, then the man, and how a person arrives at such a morning at all. Then the years afterward in a wooden prison in Siberia. And at the end, quite gently, the part that concerns you, lying there in the dark, with an ordinary life and an ordinary tomorrow and no firing squad anywhere near you. There is nothing frightening in what follows. Nobody dies. That is rather the point. Let yourself get comfortable. Let the sheet settle. We will begin. Chapter 1. A room before light. Begin with the cell, because that is where he begins. It is a room in the Alexeyevsky Ravelin, the innermost part of the Peter and Paul fortress, on an island in the Neva in the middle of St. Petersburg. The fortress is a star of low brick walls, with a gold spire rising out of the center of it. And it is, in 1849, the place the Russian Empire puts people it wishes to make disappear quietly, without the trouble of a public trial. He has been in it since April, that is 8 months. 8 months in a stone room with a small high window, a plank bed, and a door that opens only for the guard. Think about what 8 months of that does to a person's sense of time. In an ordinary life, time is measured by the things that happen. Meals, appointments, a walk, a letter arriving, a friend at the door. Strip all of that away, and time does not stop. It becomes something much worse. It becomes a single, undifferentiated substance, like water in a tank, that you have to sit inside and wait out. He filled it the way he always filled things, which is to say, with words. He asked for books. Some came, some did not. He wrote a short story in there, which is a fact I find almost unbearably characteristic of him. 8 months in a fortress cell awaiting the pleasure of a military commission, and the man writes a story. And then, at some hour before dawn on the 22nd of December, the door opens earlier than it should. There is a difference, in a prison, between the ordinary opening of a door and an unscheduled one. He would have heard it in the mechanism. He would have counted the footsteps. That is what confinement teaches you first. To read events through very small signals, the way an animal reads a change in the wind. He is told to dress. He is given his own clothes back, the summer clothes he was arrested in, which for the coldest week of a Petersburg December is its own kind of information. Nobody says why. Nobody says where. And here is the first thing worth carrying with you tonight. In the whole of that morning, from the opening of the door to the very last minute of it, nothing is ever explained to him. He is moved through the hours by other people's decisions. He is given no reason, no warning, and no time to prepare. Most of us, most of the time, live with a comfortable illusion of authorship. We believe we are the ones deciding what happens next. We believe the day is a thing we are writing. And then something arrives that we did not write, and the illusion goes, and what is left is a person in a corridor, following a guard in the wrong clothes for the weather. He walks out into a courtyard. It is still dark. The air is somewhere below 20 degrees of frost. Carriages are waiting. There is a particular sound that a person in a cell learns before anything else, and it is not the sound of the door, it is the sound of the corridor. Footsteps at a distance, and the mind doing the calculation. How many, how fast, whose are they slowing? Somebody who has been in a room like that for 8 months has, without wanting to, become an instrument for measuring approach. And on this morning, the instrument gives a reading it has never given before, because the footsteps come at an hour that has no business having footsteps in it. I mention this because of something it tells us about attention, which is the real subject of tonight. Attention is not a virtue. It is not something you decide to have because you have read that it would be good for you. It is a resource that gets allocated by conditions. Put a person in a rich, comfortable, oversupplied environment, and their attention spreads out thin across 100 small things, none of which get much. Take everything away, leave one door and one window and one set of footsteps, and the same person becomes almost supernaturally perceptive, without any effort at all. We tend to think that the attentive life is a matter of discipline. It is very largely a matter of scarcity. That is not an argument for scarcity. Nobody should be put in a stone room to sharpen their perception, and he would have been the first to say so. It is simply worth knowing that the difficulty most of us have with being present is not a moral failure, it is what a nervous system does when it is given more than it can hold. He put his own clothes on, in the dark, in the cold, and did not know why, and every sense he had was open all the way. Chapter 2. December in Petersburg. To understand this morning, you have to understand the city it happened in, because the city is not neutral, it is a participant. St. Petersburg in December is one of the darkest inhabited places in Europe. The sun, on the shortest days, comes up somewhere near 10 in the morning and is gone again by 4 in the afternoon. And it never really gets high. It just slides along the horizon like a lamp being carried past a window. For the rest of the 24 hours, the city runs on its own light, which in 1849 means oil lamps, candles, and the pale reflection of an enormous amount of snow. It is also a city that was invented. That matters. Most great cities grew slowly out of a river crossing or a market or a defensible hill. Petersburg was decreed. Peter the Great decided at the very start of the 18th century that Russia would have a capital on the Baltic and had it built on a swamp at a cost in human life that nobody has ever accurately counted. The result is a city of perfect straight avenues and pale classical facades standing on ground that does not want to hold them, in a climate that does not want them there. Dostoevsky spent most of his working life writing about this city, and what he saw in it was exactly that contradiction. Grand geometry on top of cold mud, enormous public buildings full of very small private people, streets designed for parades, being walked at 4 in the afternoon in the dark by clerks who cannot afford a proper coat. On the morning of the 22nd of December, the carriages carrying him and 20 other men move through those streets before the city is awake. Frozen canals, snow packed hard on the roadway, the particular sound of iron-rimmed wheels on ice, which is not a rolling sound but a cracking one. There were no windows in the carriages, or none that a prisoner could see out of properly. Some accounts say they were closed. So he crosses his own city blind, listening to it, working out where he is by the turns. I want you to notice something about that, because it will come back later in this recording. A man who cannot see is not a man who has stopped perceiving. He becomes, in fact, extraordinarily alert. Everything narrows and sharpens. The whole apparatus that was spread thin across 100 ordinary impressions gets concentrated onto 3 or 4. That is the state he is entering, not numbness, the opposite of numbness, an almost intolerable clarity, which will hold for about an hour and then, at the far end of it, produce a thought that he will spend the remaining 31 years of his life trying to write down. The carriages go south and east out along the edge of the built city toward a large, flat, open place where the Semyonovsky Guards regiment does its drilling. There is one more thing about that city, and then we will go. The winters produced a phenomenon in the Petersburg of the 1840s that has a name in his books, the fog. Not the fog of London, which is smoke, but the freezing river mist that came up off the Neva and the canals and stood in the streets, so that the great classical buildings appeared and disappeared in it, and a person walking down Nevsky Prospect could see perhaps 30 feet. He wrote about that mist more than once, and always as though it were doing something to the reality of the place. In one passage, a character has the sensation that if the mist were to lift suddenly, the entire city would go with it, the palaces and the bridges and the columns, and there would be nothing there but the marsh it was built on. That is an extraordinary thing to feel, about the capital of an empire. And it is exactly the sensation of a man who has understood that the arrangements we live inside are not permanent features of the universe. They are decisions taken by people, held in place by habit and by force, and they can be revised. He learned that lesson twice. Once as an idea at Petrashevsky's on Friday evenings, and once physically on a parade ground when the entire structure of his own life, his rank, his profession, his freedom, and his continued existence was revised in about 40 minutes by men who did not know his name. We are all standing on some version of that marsh. There is no need to be frightened by it at this hour. It is simply worth knowing, because it makes the ordinary solid evening you are lying in feel less like a background and more like an achievement. Chapter 3. The Carriages. There were 21 of them. They had been arrested in the spring in a single coordinated sweep on the same night at the same hour in their homes. They were, most of them, young. Civil servants, junior officers, teachers, translators, a couple of writers. The oldest of them was in his 30s. Dostoevsky was 28. They had been kept apart for 8 months. Separate cells, no contact. That is worth pausing on, because it means that when they came out into the courtyard that morning, most of them were seeing each other for the first time since April. Imagine that. You are taken from your cell in the dark. You are put into a courtyard, and there, breathing steam in the cold, are the men you were arrested with, thinner, bearded. Some of them barely recognizable. Nobody has told any of you anything for 240 days. By several accounts, they were pleased. There was talk, embracing the fast, bright chatter of people who have been starved of company. Somebody made a joke. That detail always stops me. On the way to what they were about to be told, in the freezing dark, somebody made a joke and other men laughed. This is one of the most reliable things about human beings, and it almost never appears in the solemn version of history. Put people together in a bad situation, and within about 90 seconds they will be making each other laugh. Not out of denial. It is closer to a reflex of the nervous system, a way of saying to one another without saying it, I am here, you are here, we are still the kind of creature that does this. Then they were divided among the carriages and driven out, each with a soldier sitting opposite him. Dostoevsky, by his own later account, and by the accounts of others, spent the ride mostly in conversation, and mostly light. There is a story that he talked to the man beside him about a story he was planning to write. Nobody had yet said the word death. Officially, they knew they were being taken somewhere for the announcement of a verdict. A verdict could be many things: exile, a term of service, loss of rank. In 8 months of silence, a mind builds a great many possible futures, and most of them, most of the time, are survivable. Because a mind that cannot see the shape of the thing will generally sketch in something it can live with. That is not optimism. It is a load-bearing structure. If we saw every possibility at full strength at all times, we could not get up in the morning. The carriages stopped. The doors opened, and the men stepped down onto the packed snow of the Semyonovsky parade ground into grey daylight and saw what had been built there overnight. It is worth saying a word about the 20 other men, because history has kept them in a group and each of them was a person. Petrashevsky, the host, an eccentric and a genuine idealist who would spend the rest of his life in Siberia and never stop arguing with the authorities about the legality of everything they did to him. Speshnev, the cold aristocrat with the revolutionary plan and the money. Mombeli, an officer. Grigoriev, an officer who would not survive the morning intact. Durov, a writer. Pleshkayev, a poet who was 24 and who would live to be an old man and write verses that Russian children learnt at school. They were, in the main, exactly the sort of young men that every generation produces. Idealistic, badly organized, more interested in the conversation than in the plan, convinced that they had understood something their fathers had not. That is not a criticism. That is what the young are for. Nearly every improvement in the arrangements of the world began in a room like that one, with tea and too much talking. What makes their case unusual is not what they did, it is what was done to them and the exactness with which it was designed. And here is a small mercy that the design failed to consider in building the ceremony to make an unforgettable impression. The state ensured that the one member of the group who happened to be a writer of genius would carry that morning inside him for 30 years and pour it into books that are read tonight in more countries than the Russian Empire ever contained. The lesson was intended to teach obedience. It produced literature instead. Institutions are very bad at predicting what they are actually manufacturing. Chapter 4. Semyonovsky Square. A large square of trodden snow. On 3 sides, troops, several thousand of them, in ranks, in greatcoats, standing at attention in the cold since before first light, because that is what soldiers are for. Behind the troops, at the edges, ordinary people. Petersburg had learned that something was happening. A crowd had come. There are always people who come. In the middle of the square, a wooden platform, newly built, with steps up to it draped in black, and to one side of the platform, 3 posts driven upright into the ground. Everything on that square is a piece of theatre, and every piece of it was designed by somebody sitting at a desk. The scaffold is theatre. The regiments drawn up in a square are theatre. The black cloth is theatre. Even the hour is theatre, because a thing done at the beginning of a working day in front of an army becomes a fact of the empire rather than a private act of violence. Here is what the men on that square did not know and would not know for some hours yet. 2 days earlier, the Tsar, Nicholas I, had already signed the commutation of their death sentences. It was already decided. Not one of the 21 was going to be shot. The paperwork existed. It was in a courier's pocket. And the Tsar, having decided to spare them, then gave a further instruction. In writing, with precise staging, they were to be brought out. The death sentence was to be read to them in full. They were to be dressed for execution. The first 3 were to be tied to the posts. The firing party was to take aim, and only then, at the last possible instant, was the commutation to be announced. I want to say this plainly, because the plainness of it is the whole point. What happened on that square was not an accident of bureaucracy. It was not a message arriving late in the nick of time. It was a performance scripted in advance of a mercy that had already been granted, staged, so that the men receiving it would first be taken all the way to the edge. It was intended as a lesson, not primarily for the 21, for everybody watching, and for everybody who would read about it in the newspapers afterward, and for a generation of young, educated Russians who had begun holding meetings in each other's apartments and reading each other letters about serfdom. The lesson was, your life is not yours. It is held for you at the pleasure of the state, and can be taken back and returned to you like a coat at the door. They were marched to the platform in the snow, and the reading began. I want you to hear the square, because the sound of it is the part that no painting of the scene ever gets. Several thousand soldiers standing at attention make almost no noise, and that is the first strange thing. There is the occasional cough, the creak of leather, a horse somewhere shifting its weight. Under that, the sound of a great many people breathing in air that is far below freezing, which produces a kind of low, general rasp. And under that, the particular acoustic quality of packed snow which absorbs sound. A parade ground in December is a room with the walls padded. Voices do not carry. Everything is closer and flatter and more muffled than it should be. So the reading of a death sentence on that square would not have sounded grand. It would have sounded thin and slightly ridiculous, a single official voice being swallowed by the cold and men at the back of the ranks not able to hear it at all. That is generally how enormous things sound in real life. Not orchestral, thin, and a bit administrative, and over faster than seems right. If you have ever received serious news, you will know this. The universe does not adjust its volume. A doctor says a sentence in a normal voice in a room with a radiator ticking in it. Somebody tells you something at a kitchen table while a tap drips. The disproportion between the size of the news and the ordinariness of the delivery is one of the strangest features of being alive, and it is one of the things he became a master at putting on the page. Chapter 5. What the Square Was For. Before we go up onto that platform with him, I want to spend one chapter on the machinery, because if we skip it, the morning looks like a piece of strange cruelty performed by an individual, and it was not. It was policy. Nicholas I had come to the throne in December 1825, and he had come to it on top of an attempted coup. A group of liberal officers, later called the Decembrists, had tried, in the confusion of a disputed succession, to force a constitution. They stood their regiments in a square in the middle of Petersburg and refused to swear allegiance. Nicholas had them fired on with artillery. 5 were hanged. Over 100 were sent to Siberia. That was the first act of his reign, and it defined the whole 30 years of it. He built a state whose central organizing emotion was the fear of a 2nd December. There was a political police, the 3rd section, with informers in the universities and the ministries and the drawing rooms. There was a censorship so fine-grained that it argued about adjectives. Foreign travel was restricted. The teaching of philosophy in universities was cut back on the reasoning that philosophy is what young men catch ideas from. And in 1848, the year before our morning, revolutions broke out all across Europe. France, the German states, Austria, Hungary, Italy. Thrones went over one after another like a row of chairs. None of it reached Russia. But Nicholas watched it happen, and the effect on him was the effect that watching a neighbor's house burn has on a man who has always been afraid of fire. So when the third section reported that a young man named Petrashevsky was holding open evenings at his apartment in Petersburg, where students and clerks and junior officers came to drink tea and argue about French socialist writers and the abolition of serfdom, the response was not proportionate to the threat, it was proportionate to the fear. 21 of those men were sentenced to be shot for what was, in the end, mostly talking. I am not telling you this to make you angry. It is 1 a.m, and anger is the last thing either of us needs. I am telling you because it explains the peculiar quality of what Dostoevsky went through. He was not the victim of a personal enemy. He was standing at the receiving end of an enormous, impersonal apparatus that had decided, for reasons of its own that had nothing to do with him, to demonstrate something. And that is a much more modern kind of suffering than it sounds. Very few of us will ever be shot at. A great many of us have had the experience of being processed by something too large to argue with, that does not know our name and does not need to. One more thing about Nicholas, because it explains something about the whole century that followed. He was, by all accounts, a man of considerable personal discipline and no imagination whatsoever. He rose early, he worked hard, he read reports. He believed, sincerely, that he was the father of a family of 70 million people, and that his authority came from somewhere above him and was not his to soften. He is often described as a tyrant, and in effect he was, but the word suggests appetite, and there was no appetite in him. It was closer to the opposite. He was a bureaucrat with unlimited power and a strong sense of duty, which is a far more dangerous combination than a man who simply wants things. And here is the part that matters for us tonight. Almost everything he did to prevent a revolution helped to produce one. The censorship drove the discussion underground, where it became stranger and more absolute. The closing of the universities to philosophy sent a generation to read the forbidden books instead of the permitted ones. The savage response to 21 men in a discussion group made martyrs out of a group of amateurs and taught the next generation that moderate reform was not on offer. 68 years after that morning on Semyonovsky Square, the dynasty ended. I am not telling you that to make a political point. It is 1 a.m, and neither of us is going to reform anything tonight. I am telling you because it is the same principle as the one in the cell. Pressure applied to a living thing does not simply stop it, it redirects it into forms that nobody at the desk predicted. Chapter 6. The reading of the sentence. They were lined up on the platform, in the cold, and an official began to read. It took a long time. Russian imperial legal documents were not written for brevity. Each man's case was recited separately with his name, his rank, his offences, and then the finding. The men stood through all of it, bareheaded in a Petersburg December, while their crimes were read out into the open air in front of several thousand soldiers. Dostoevsky's charge, when it came to him, included the reading aloud, at one of those evenings, of a letter. A famous letter by the critic Vissarion Belinsky, addressed to the novelist Nikolai Gogol, attacking him for a book that had defended serfdom and the church and the autocracy. Belinsky was already dead by 1849 of tuberculosis, which is very probably the only thing that saved him from being on that platform himself. That was the offence. Reading a letter out loud in a private room and failing to report the people who heard it. The reading went on, and then, at the end of each man's paragraph, came the same formula: condemned to death by firing squad. Now, here is what accounts of that moment agree on, and it is not what you would expect. They did not believe it. Several of the 21 said afterward that when the words were read, their first reaction was that this could not be what was actually going to happen, not out of courage, out of something much more ordinary. The mind, presented with a piece of information that does not fit inside the world it has been living in, will very often simply decline it. Not consciously, it just does not go in. You have felt a version of this. A phone call with bad news in it, and the first thing that happens is not grief, but a kind of administrative confusion, a sense that there has been an error somewhere, that this belongs to a different day. Then a priest came up onto the platform with a cross and offered them the chance to confess. And that apparently is when it became real, because the priest is not part of a legal proceeding. The priest is only there for one reason. When the priest appeared, the last possible interpretation collapsed. Most of them did not confess. One or two kissed the cross. Dostoevsky, who was not at that point in his life a conventionally religious man, kissed it. It is worth pausing on the priest for a moment, because the priest is the hinge of the whole ceremony. His name is not important, and history has mostly lost him. He was a functionary. He was there because the regulations required a priest to be present at an execution in order that the condemned should have the opportunity to make a final confession. He came up the steps in a heavy winter cassock, carrying a cross, and offered it. And in that moment, the men on the platform, several of whom were educated skeptics of a modern European kind, who had spent their Friday evenings discussing socialism and the irrationality of the church, found themselves confronted with the oldest gesture in their civilization. Most of them declined the confession. Almost all of them kissed the cross. There is nothing in that worth being cynical about in either direction. It is not evidence that they were secretly believers. It is not evidence that they were hypocrites. It is evidence of something much more interesting, which he understood better than almost any writer who has ever lived. That, in extremity, human beings reach for the form that is nearest to hand. And a form carries meaning that the person did not put there and cannot fully account for. A man who has argued for years that the church is an instrument of oppression will still, given 90 seconds to live, kiss the cross that is held out to him. not because he has changed his mind, because at that depth the mind is not the part that is operating. Chapter 7. The Swords. Then came the ritual of degradation, which is a thing worth explaining, because we do not have it anymore, and it tells you a great deal about the society that did. Several of the condemned were noblemen by rank. In Imperial Russia, nobility was not simply an inherited social status. It was a legal condition, with rights attached to it, granted and recorded by the state, and it could be removed by the state. Dostoevsky held it by virtue of his father's service rank. So before a nobleman could be executed as a criminal, the nobility had to be taken off him, and the ceremony for this involved kneeling and having a sword broken over the head. They were made to kneel in the snow. An officer took a light sword, held it above each man in turn, and snapped it. In some accounts, it was already scored partway through so that it would break cleanly. The pieces were thrown down. The rank was gone. Legally, in that instant, they became nobody. Then the shrouds came, long white linen garments with sleeves and hoods. They were pulled on over the clothes the men had been arrested in 8 months earlier. The sleeves were too long. Several accounts mentioned this, that the sleeves hung down past the hands and that the men had to hold their arms oddly. There is a mercy hidden in that detail, and I want to name it because it is the kind of thing that only shows up in first-hand accounts and never in the summary version. When something enormous is happening to a person, the mind very frequently attaches itself to something small and physical and absurd. The sleeves are too long. The snow has got inside one boot. A button is missing. This is not a failure of seriousness. It is one of the oldest protective mechanisms we have. The mind, unable to hold the size of the actual event, holds a manageable fragment of it instead, and by holding that fragment, stays intact. If you have ever sat in a hospital corridor and found yourself studying the pattern on the floor tiles with tremendous attention, you have done exactly what those men in the oversized sleeves were doing. The hoods were left pushed back for now. They would be pulled down over the face at the posts. The ritual of the broken sword deserves one more moment because of what it says about how that society understood a person. We think of identity as something interior. You are you. The world may fail to recognize it, but it is yours. That is a comparatively recent way of thinking, and it would have seemed peculiar in Imperial Russia. There, a very great deal of who you were was held externally. Rank was recorded in a table. It determined your form of address, your uniform, your right to own certain property, your access to certain rooms, and the punishments that could legally be applied to your body. A nobleman could not be flogged. A peasant could. So the sword that was broken over his head was not a symbol in the modern decorative sense. It was an administrative act with immediate physical consequences. In the instant that the blade snapped, the legal protection around his skin was withdrawn. That is why the ceremony was performed before the execution rather than after. You could not shoot a nobleman like a criminal. You had to unmake the nobleman first. I find it useful to know this because it puts a flaw under a thought that is easy to have loosely, namely that dignity is a feeling. It is not, or not only. For most of human history, it has been a set of legal facts about what may and may not be done to a body, and those facts have been assigned by other people and taken back. He knelt in the snow and heard the sword break, and then, for the next 10 years, he lived on the other side of that line, among the people who had always been on the other side of it. Chapter 8. The Shrouds. 21 men in white on a black platform in the snow in front of an army. I want to hold still here for a moment because this is the last quiet point before the clock starts. Everything so far has been procedure. Reading, kneeling, dressing. Procedure has a strange, steadying quality. As long as something is still being done to you in an orderly sequence, part of the mind stays busy following the sequence. But now the procedure is finished, and there is a pause. And in the pause, each of those men is left alone inside his own head with a fact. What does a person do with the last few minutes? We are going to spend a good deal of this recording on that question because it is the question the rest of his life comes out of. And I want to set it up honestly, which means admitting first what the answer is not. It is not, in general, a summing up. The idea that a man at the end reviews his life like a ledger, weighing the good against the bad, arriving at a verdict, is a literary convention, and there is not much evidence for it in the accounts of people who have genuinely been at the edge and come back. What people actually report is far stranger and far more physical, an enormous sharpening of the senses, the light on a rooftop, the gold of a church dome catching the sun, the color of a coat, the exact sound of a drum, and along with it, an almost mathematical relationship with the remaining time, not a feeling about it, an accounting of it. So many minutes. What shall I do with them? Dostoevsky later described a condemned man doing exactly that, dividing his last minutes into portions, allocating them like money. 2 minutes to think about his friends, 2 minutes for himself, and the rest to look around him at the world one final time. And then, in that description, the fatal detail, the one that only a person who has actually stood there would think to include, the man finds that he cannot make himself use the time properly. He wants to spend the last 2 minutes looking at the world, and instead he keeps thinking useless, ordinary thoughts. He looks at a church roof shining in the sun and cannot stop wondering about the light on it. He thinks, if I did not have to die, if my life were given back to me, what an eternity that would be. I would turn every minute into a whole age. I would waste nothing. That is the thought. That is the seed of everything that follows. Hold on to it lightly, and we will come back to it in about 2 hours, when we have earned it. For now, the men in white are standing on the platform in the cold, and an officer is calling out the first 3 names. One more note on the shrouds, and then the names are called. The garments were made of coarse white linen, long, with sleeves and a hood. Sources sometimes called them death shirts. They were used at executions to cover the condemned, partly out of a very old idea about a soul departing, partly so that the firing party would have a uniform white target in poor light, and partly, one suspects, so that the men doing the shooting would not have to look at faces. That last function is the one that stays with me. The hood is not for the condemned. It is for the soldiers. Everything about the machinery of official killing in every century includes at least one device whose real purpose is to spare the people carrying it out: the hood. The blank round distributed at random among the rifles so that no man knows for certain whether he fired. The chain of orders long enough that nobody along it feels they did the thing themselves. That is not squeamishness. It is a confession, built into the procedure that what is about to happen is intolerable to ordinary human beings and that they must be helped to do it. He noticed things like that all his life. He is often described as a writer of extremes, and he was, but his real instrument was much finer than that. He noticed the small administrative kindnesses inside enormous cruelties, and the small cruelties inside acts of kindness, and he refused, in 600 pages at a time, to let either of them be simplified. The linen was pulled over his head, the sleeves came down over his hands, and somewhere behind him an officer began to read out 3 names. Chapter 9. The Hospital for the Poor. We are going to leave him standing there for a while. That may sound unkind. It is deliberate. The morning will still be there when we come back to it, and in the meantime there is a question that has to be answered, because without it the morning is only a spectacle. The question is, what kind of man was standing on that platform? Where does a person like that come from? He was born in Moscow in the autumn of 1821, and the building he was born in was a hospital for the poor. His father, Mikhail Andreevich, was a doctor there, a military surgeon by training, a hard, anxious, rigid man who had climbed out of a modest clerical family into the professional class by sheer grinding effort, and who never for one moment relaxed his grip on what he had climbed to. The family lived in an apartment inside the hospital grounds, 2 rooms, for a while, for a family of 8. Now consider what that means for a child. Directly outside the windows of the flat, in the garden and the yard, were the patients. The genuinely destitute of Moscow, people with nothing, sent there to be treated or to die. The children were forbidden to talk to them, which is of course an instruction that guarantees a child will find a way. He grew up, in other words, at the exact seam between 2 worlds. Inside the door, a striving, respectable, tightly controlled household obsessed with rank and appearance. Outside the door, 6 feet away, absolute poverty, illness, and people whose lives had gone entirely wrong through no decision of their own. Almost every novel he ever wrote takes place on that seam. There is a thing that happens to certain writers where the whole geography of their imagination is set before they are 10 years old, and everything afterward is a return to it. Charles Dickens had the blacking factory, Dostoevsky had the hospital yard, He spent 60 years writing about the people just outside the window and the people just inside it, and about how thin the wall is. His mother, Maria Fyodorovna, was the warmth in the household. By every account, including his, she was gentle, musical, devout in an unforced way, and the one adult in that flat who was not permanently braced against something. There were 8 children. He was the second. There is a small fact about that hospital flat that has always seemed to me to explain half his books. The family had no room of their own for the children. The 2 boys, Mikhail and Fyodor, slept in a partitioned space that was not really a room at all, a corner divided off from a passage. He grew up, in other words, without a door. And if you go looking for it, you will find that almost every important scene in his novels happens in a room where somebody can be overheard. Conversations through walls. A man listening at a keyhole. Somebody standing in a doorway who was not supposed to be there. Whole plots turn on the fact that in cramped lodgings, privacy is a polite fiction that everybody agrees to pretend is real. He is the great novelist of thin walls. And thin walls do something particular to the moral imagination. If everything you say can be heard by somebody in the next room, then the distinction between your inner life and your public life never becomes firm. You are always slightly performing, even alone, and you are always slightly a witness, even when you would rather not be. That is one of the reasons his characters are so tormented by shame. Shame requires an audience, real or imagined, and he grew up in a home where the audience was permanent and 6 feet away. The other half of it is that he never quite believed in the private self, not as a doctrine, as a habit of perception. He wrote people as though they were always in a room with somebody, because in his experience they always were. Chapter 10. A boy who read everything. The evenings in that apartment had a fixed shape, and the shape was reading aloud. The whole family gathered, with one person reading and everyone else listening. Karamzin's enormous history of the Russian state, Walter Scott. Pushkin, who was a living author then, and who would be shot in a duel and die when Dostoevsky was 15, an event the boy took the way another child might take a death in the family. I want to make a small point about reading aloud, because it will matter later when we get to the sound of his prose. A book read aloud enters a person differently from a book read silently. It arrives with a voice already attached, a pace, a breath. Sentences are shaped by the lungs of whoever is speaking. Long sentences become physical events. You feel a paragraph run out of air. Dostoevsky's prose has been criticized for 150 years for being untidy. It repeats itself. Characters interrupt each other. Sentences double back and correct themselves halfway through. Compared to Turgenev, who wrote like a man arranging flowers, Dostoevsky writes like a man talking urgently at a kitchen table at 2 a.m. That is not a defect. That is what happens when a person's first and deepest experience of literature is a human voice in a room. He read constantly, and with the peculiar hunger of a child who has worked out that books are a door. By his teens he had gone through the Russians and then thrown himself at the Europeans. Schiller, above all, whose plays about honor and freedom and enormous moral extremity he loved with a devotion that never entirely went away. Later, Balzac, Hugo, Dickens, George Sand. And here is a thing that people often miss about him. He was not a naturally gloomy young man. The gloom came later, and even then it is not really gloom. As a boy, he was enthusiastic, excitable, romantic in the full 19th century sense, prone to declarations. Those qualities do not disappear in the adult. They simply get put under enormous pressure. There is one more thing to say about those evenings of reading aloud, and it has to do with why his books are so unusually good at this hour of the night. A book that was made to be read aloud has to hold the attention of somebody who cannot skip. That is the discipline of it. A silent reader can skim a paragraph. A listener cannot. So the writing has to keep giving reasons to stay, sentence after sentence, and the way it does that is with voice. His pages are almost entirely voice. People talking. People arguing with themselves. Long confessional monologues delivered to a stranger in a tavern. Letters, confessions. A man explaining himself at 4 a.m. to somebody who did not ask. That is why his novels work extraordinarily well when they are read to you, and why they can feel exhausting on the page in daylight when you are trying to read them as literature rather than hear them as speech. Tonight, of course, we are not reading him, we are talking about him. But the method is the same, and it is his. Keep a voice going in a dark room, and let the listener come and go inside it. You do not have to stay awake for the rest of this. In fact, you should not. The best possible outcome of the next 3 hours is that at some point you stop being able to follow it, and the sentences turn into the general shape of somebody talking quietly nearby, which is one of the oldest and most reliable sedatives our species has. That is what the reading aloud was for in that Moscow flat too. Not education. Company. Chapter 11. The mother who died in spring. She died of tuberculosis in the spring of 1837. He was 15. Tuberculosis in the 19th century was not a sudden illness. It was a slow one, with long plateaus and false recoveries, and it was very frequently watched by children over a period of years. The whole household organizes itself around a person who is being gradually subtracted. 2 months after she died, Pushkin was killed in a duel. He said later that if the household had not already been in mourning for his mother, he would have asked permission to wear mourning for Pushkin. That is the kind of statement you can dismiss as a boy being dramatic, and I think you would be wrong to. It is an accurate description of something real. At 15, the two central presences in his inner life were his mother and the greatest poet in the language, and within 8 weeks, both were gone. And then, almost immediately, his father made a decision about the rest of his life. The boys were sent to St. Petersburg to the Nikolaev Military Engineering Institute to be trained as engineers. It was a respectable career with a guaranteed state salary. For a father who had spent his life terrified of falling back into poverty, it was the obvious, sensible, responsible thing to do with a clever son. It was also almost perfectly wrong. The institute was a military academy housed in a castle where an emperor had been assassinated some decades before. Drill, mathematics, fortification, drawing. Discipline of a kind that involved being woken by drums. He hated it, and he was bad at it. There is a famous story, which may or may not be true in its details, but is true in its spirit, that he once submitted a drawing of a fortress and had forgotten to put in the windows. But here is the thing about years like that. He spent 5 years in a building where he did not belong, doing work that did not suit him, surrounded by people who did not read what he read. And in the evenings, when the others slept, he sat by a window in the corridor with a candle and read. That is where a certain kind of writer is actually made, not in the encouraging environment, in the wrong one, with a small private door out of it, held open by force of will for years. I want to say something about how a person of 15 actually handles a death, because the summary version, that he lost his mother young and it marked him, is true and tells you nothing. What happens is that the household reorganizes around the absence, and quickly, because there are 6 other children and a father who cannot manage. And the 15-year-old, who is not a child anymore and not an adult either, is put in the position of noticing. He notices that his father is drinking. He notices that the routines his mother maintained are not being maintained. He notices, with the terrible clarity of that age, which of the adults are behaving well and which are not, and he files it away for 40 years. And there is very rarely a moment for grief itself, because grief needs unoccupied time and there is none. So it goes underground and comes up later, usually in a form that does not announce itself. In his case, it came up as a lifelong preoccupation with women who are gentle and ill and doomed, and with sons who arrive too late, and with houses where the person who held everything together has been removed and the machinery is grinding on without her. Every so often in his novels, you meet a woman who is treated by the narration with a tenderness that has no irony in it at all, which is remarkable in a writer whose default temperature is irony. Those women are all, in some sense, that spring in 1837. Chapter 12. The Engineering School. 2 things happened to him in that school that are worth having in your mind tonight. The first is a friendship. A young man named Ivan Shidlovsky, slightly older, a romantic, a poet, a talker, a person of enormous emotional weather. Dostoevsky attached himself to him completely. His letters home from those years are full of vast enthusiasms about art and God and the human soul, written in the style of a young man who has just discovered that there are other people who feel things as strongly as he does. The second is his father's death, in the summer of 1839. Mikhail Andreevich had retired to a small estate in the country with a handful of serfs. He drank. He was, by most accounts, a difficult and increasingly erratic master, and one day he was found dead in a field. The official cause was recorded as a stroke. But a rumor attached itself to the death almost immediately and never entirely came off that his own peasants had killed him. Historians have argued about this for over a century. The documentary evidence for murder is thin, and there were financial reasons for neighbors to prefer a natural causes verdict, and there were equally good reasons for local gossip to prefer a murder. The honest position is that we do not know, but the Sun believed the rumor, or at least lived with it, and that is the fact that matters for the books. Think about what that does. A young man of 17, away at a military school, receives news that his difficult, rigid, unloved and unlovable father has died in a field, possibly at the hands of the people he owned. And somewhere underneath the grief, in a place nobody admits to out loud, is a small, terrible measure of relief. That configuration, a son who did not love his father, a father who dies, and a guilt that has nothing to do with the actual killing, is the exact engine of the last novel he ever wrote, The Brothers Karamazov, which he finished 41 years later, and a few months before his own death. Writers do not choose their material. Their material chooses them early, and then waits. A word about the 5 years at the engineering school, because they gave him something that nobody notices, and that is all over his books. He learned to draw fortifications. He learned descriptive geometry, the discipline of representing a three-dimensional structure accurately in 2 dimensions. He learned how buildings are put together and how they fall down. And his novels are structurally obsessed with buildings, not as scenery, as machines. He is precise about staircases and which flat is on which floor, and how many steps there are, and where the porter sits, and which windows look onto the courtyard, and which onto the street. In Crime and Punishment, the entire crime depends on the geometry of a tenement, and on a man's ability to time his movement through a building he has surveyed in advance. He surveyed it the way an engineering student surveys a fortress. I like this because it complicates the picture people have of him, which is of a feverish visionary who wrote in a rush. He did write in a rush, always, usually against a deadline set by a debt. But underneath the fever there is a mind trained in the least visionary discipline available in Russia in 1840, and that training holds the fever up. It is a useful thing to know about creative work in general. The wildness is what people notice. The reason the wildness stands, rather than collapsing, is nearly always some very boring competence acquired somewhere the person did not want to be. Chapter 13. The Father in the Field. I want to stay with the guilt for one more chapter, because it is the thing in him that most people misunderstand, and it is also the reason his books do something to readers that other books do not. There is a kind of guilt that follows from an action. You did a thing, the thing was wrong, you feel the weight of it. That guilt is straightforward, and it can be discharged by confession, apology, restitution. And there is another kind, which does not follow from any action at all. It is the sense of being implicated, of having wished somewhere for an outcome that then arrived, of having failed to love somebody it was your job to love, of standing in a room where something bad happened and knowing that you did not cause it, and also knowing that you are not innocent. That second kind cannot be discharged because there is no act to apologize for. It just sits there. Every major Dostoevsky novel is, in part, an investigation of that second kind of guilt. Raskolnikov, who commits an actual murder, is in some ways the least interesting case because his guilt at least has an object. The truly Dostoevskian characters are the ones standing nearby. The brother who wished for it, the servant who overheard it, the father confessor who suspected, the bystander whose silence made a small contribution to a large disaster. He understood, decades before psychology had the vocabulary for it, that a human being can be haunted by an event they did not perform, and that this haunting is not irrational, it is a moral perception. It is the mind registering that lives are connected, that we lean on each other, and that the line where one person's responsibility ends and another's begins is not nearly as clean as the law needs it to be. If you have ever lain awake going over something you did not actually do but were somewhere near, this is your writer. He is not going to tell you that you are being silly. He is going to tell you that you have noticed something true. And then he is going to spend 600 pages helping you carry it. He left the engineering service at 22. He had a small inheritance, a modest commission, and no plan except to write. I want to be careful here, because this is the chapter where it would be easy to slip into amateur psychology, and he detested that. There is a famous essay by Sigmund Freud about Dostoevsky, which takes the father's death and the guilt and the epilepsy and the parricide in the last novel and assembles them into a tidy machine. It is a brilliant piece of writing, and most scholars now think it is largely wrong, not least because it depends on a chronology of the seizures that the evidence does not support. So I am not going to tell you that his books are the working out of a childhood trauma. Nobody knows that, and reducing a lifetime of thinking to a single event is exactly the move he spent his career attacking. What can be said safely is narrower and more interesting. He knew from the inside what it is to have a feeling about a person that you cannot say out loud and cannot get rid of. He knew that a wish is not an act, and he also knew that the mind does not fully accept that distinction at 3 a.m. And instead of resolving it, he built a body of work in which that exact confusion is treated as a serious subject rather than a symptom. That is the difference between a novelist and a diagnosis. The diagnosis explains the person and closes the case. The novel keeps the case open and invites you to stand inside it. If you have ever wanted somebody's difficulty to end and then felt sick when it did, he is the only major writer who will simply sit down next to you about it. Chapter 14. Poor folk. He lived, in those first Petersburg years, exactly the way you would expect a young man with a small inheritance and no discipline about money to live. Which is to say, he had none by the end of the month, borrowed, moved lodgings, sat up all night, ate irregularly, and worked in bursts. He translated Balzac into Russian to make money, and in 1845, at 24, he wrote a short novel called Poor Folk. It is a book of letters between two people, an aging, poorly paid copying clerk and a young woman, a distant relation, living across the courtyard. They cannot afford to be together. They can barely afford to be alive. They write to each other constantly. It sounds slight. It was not. What was new about it, and what people felt immediately, was the interior. Russian literature had had poor clerks in it before, most famously in Gogol, but they were figures seen from outside, comic or pitiable. Dostoevsky put the reader inside the clerk, inside his pride, which is enormous, inside his shame about his boots, inside the small, ferocious dignity of a man with nothing, who is desperate, that you should not notice. He has nothing. He gave the manuscript to a friend, the writer Dmitry Grigorovich, who lived with him. Grigorovich took it to the poet Nikolai Nekrasov. They began reading it in the evening, intending to look at a few pages and read it straight through the night. And then, at 4 a.m, they went to Dostoevsky's lodgings and woke him up. That is the scene. Two young men, having read a book all night, so moved by it that they cannot wait until a civilized hour, banging on a door before dawn to tell a 24-year-old that he has done it. Nekrasov took the manuscript that same morning to Vissarion Belinsky, the most powerful and most feared critic in Russia, and announced that a new Gogol had appeared. Belinsky, who had heard that sort of thing before, was skeptical, read it, and was not skeptical anymore. I would like to describe the actual texture of Poor Folk for a moment, because it will tell you something about what he had already worked out at 24. The clerk is called Makar Devushkin. He is middle-aged, poor, and copies documents for a living. He has no talent, no prospects, and no illusions about either. What he has is an enormous, painful, entirely unjustified dignity. Most of the letters are about small things, the weather, his lodgings, which are a partitioned corner of a kitchen exactly like the one the author grew up in, whether he can afford to send a small gift, whether his boots will last, whether the young woman across the way is being talked about, and underneath every line of it there is a terror of being seen as pitiable, which is far stronger in him than the fear of poverty itself. That is the discovery. It is easy to write the poor as suffering. It is much harder and much truer to write them as proud, and to notice that the worst injury poverty inflicts is not hunger, but the constant low-grade humiliation of being visible as poor. Belinsky, reading it in 1845, apparently seized Dostoevsky by the shoulders and asked him whether he understood what he had written. The young man said that he did not entirely, which was probably honest, and which is very often the case with the first book that is better than its author yet knows how to be. Chapter 15. The Night They Woke Him with Praise. Dostoevsky wrote about that period later with an honesty that is quite rare among writers describing their own early success. He said it was the most wonderful moment of his life, and he also made it clear that it went straight to his head and did him a great deal of harm. He was suddenly the coming man. He was taken to salons. He was introduced around. Everyone wanted to see the new genius, and the new genius was a nervous, awkward, socially uncertain young man from a hospital flat in Moscow, with no gift at all for the light, ironic manner that literary drawing rooms run on. He said things badly. He took offense. He boasted. and then was ashamed of boasting, and then boasted again to cover the shame. Turgenev, elegant and wealthy, and effortlessly at home in every room he entered, found him ridiculous and wrote a mocking poem about him. The circle laughed. And then, the following year, his second book came out, and it did not work. The Double is a strange, feverish story about a clerk who meets a man identical to himself, who is everything he is not, confident and charming and successful, and who begins, methodically, to take over his life. It is now regarded as remarkable, and it very obviously prefigures a great deal of 20th century literature. In 1846, it was received as a disappointment. Too long, too repetitive, too odd. The critics who had discovered him began to unmake him with the same enthusiasm. Belinsky cooled. The salon that had been eager to meet him became a room in which he was a slightly embarrassing subject. Within about 18 months, he went from being the future of Russian literature to being a young man who had been overrated. I want you to sit with that for a second, because it is a very particular kind of wound, and it is one of the few kinds of suffering in this story that a modern listener may have felt in almost the same shape. Not danger, not prison. The experience of being lifted very high by people whose opinion you needed, and then quietly put down again, and having to keep going to the same rooms afterward. He kept writing. He also began in those years going to a certain apartment on Friday evenings. There is a detail from the height of the fame that he told against himself for the rest of his life, and I love him for telling it. At one of the literary evenings, he was introduced to a great beauty of Petersburg society, and, either from nerves or from the general condition of being 24 and celebrated, he fainted. He fainted in a drawing room on being introduced to a woman. The circle enjoyed that enormously, as circles do. Turgenev's mocking verses about him circulated. He was, for a season, a joke. And here is what strikes me. He put versions of that humiliation into his fiction over and over for the next 35 years. Men who enter a room intending to be impressive and leave having been ridiculous. Men who rehearse a devastating remark all the way up a staircase and then say something else entirely. Men who are so afraid of being laughed at that they arrange preemptively to be laughed at on their own terms. Nobody in literature has ever been better on the subject of social shame, and the reason is that he had a large private supply of it and refused to pretend otherwise. Most writers use their triumphs and hide their humiliations. He did the reverse, systematically, for a lifetime. That is a form of courage that has nothing to do with parade grounds and firing squads, and it may be the rarer of the two. Chapter 16. The Fall from Favour. Before we go into that apartment, one more thing about the man, because it will explain a great deal about the 4 years in Siberia. He had all his life a physical condition that had not yet been given a name in his own case, but which was already running underneath everything: epilepsy. The dating is disputed. Some accounts place the first unmistakable seizures in Siberia, others suggest earlier episodes. What is not disputed is that from the 1850s onward, he had them regularly, sometimes several times a month, for the rest of his life. What is worth knowing tonight is what he said the seizures were like, because it is unlike almost anything else in the literature of illness. He described, in the seconds immediately before a major seizure, an aura, a state of consciousness so intense, so complete, so filled with harmony and certainty and light, that he said he would gladly give 10 years of his life, or his whole life, for a few seconds of it. He put this experience into several characters, most directly into Prince Mishkin in The Idiot, who has the same illness and the same aura. And then the seizure itself, and afterward hours or days of blackness, exhaustion, and a heavy, guilty gloom. So this is the physiology underneath the books. A man who knew, in his own body, that the very highest states available to a human being and the very lowest are separated by about 4 seconds, and that the one leads directly into the other. When you read him and find that his characters swing violently from ecstasy to despair, and you think, nobody is really like that, he was. Not as a literary device, as a medical fact. Now, to the apartment on Fridays. There is one more piece of physiology worth setting down before we go into the Friday evenings, and it is the least discussed and possibly the most consequential. He was, all his adult life, a man of very disordered hours. He worked at night. He wrote through until 4 or 5 in the morning, drank very strong tea, slept into the middle of the day, and did it again. This was not a bohemian affectation. It was how he functioned, and it persisted through poverty, marriage, exile, and fame. There is a specific quality of mind available at 3 in the morning that is not available at 11. Judgment loosens. Associations that the daytime mind would reject as absurd are allowed through. The critical faculty that stands at the door of the sentence goes off duty. Most of what he wrote came out of that state, and it is why his prose has a quality of confession rather than composition. It does not sound like a man arranging material. It sounds like a man saying something he has not entirely decided to say. And this is also, in the end, why he belongs on a channel like this one. He is the great writer of your hour, not the morning hour of resolutions and clear plans, the other one. The one where the room is dark and the mind is loose, and the things you have been holding at a distance all day come and sit on the end of the bed. He wrote in that hour for 35 years on purpose, which means that when you meet him here at this time of night, you are not reading him at the wrong time. You are reading him at his own. Chapter 17. Friday evenings at Petrashevsky's. Mikhail Butashevich Petrashevsky was a young official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and by the standards of Petersburg in the 1840s, he was a conspicuous person. He wore a beard and an unusual cloak at a time when both were mildly provocative. He had one of the best private libraries of forbidden European books in the capital, and he lent them freely, and on Friday evenings he kept open house. You did not need an invitation in any formal sense. Somebody brought you. You arrived, you were given tea, and you sat in a room full of young men, most of them in their 20s, most of them government clerks or junior officers or students, and you talked. I want to be very precise about what these gatherings actually were, because the word conspiracy has been attached to them ever since, and it is wrong. They talked about the abolition of serfdom, which at that time bound about a third of the population of the Russian Empire to the land as the legal property of landowners. They talked about reform of the courts. They talked about censorship from the position of people who were subject to it. They read the French socialist writers, particularly Charles Fourier, whose ideas about cooperative communities were closer to utopian architecture than to revolution. Sometimes somebody read a paper aloud. Sometimes there was an argument. Then everybody went home. There was no plan, there were no weapons, there was no organization in any meaningful sense. There was a group of intelligent young men in a room doing what intelligent young men in rooms have always done, which is to imagine out loud that things could be arranged better. Dostoevsky started attending in the spring of 1847. He was, by the accounts of others present, not one of the political voices. He was interested in the human questions rather than the systems. When he spoke, it was usually about the condition of the peasants as a moral fact rather than as an economic problem. That is a distinction he never lost. All his life he was allergic to the idea that human suffering could be solved by rearranging a structure. Not because he thought suffering was fine, because he thought a structural answer always ends up requiring somebody to be sacrificed to it, and he could never get past the somebody. It is worth being concrete about what a Petersburg apartment evening in 1848 actually looked like, because the word meeting makes it sound like something with minutes and an agenda. There was a samovar, there was tea, and a great deal of it, and cigarettes, and very little food because most of the people present could not afford much. There were more men than chairs. Somebody sat on the window ledge. The room was too hot from the stove, and somebody kept opening a window, and somebody else kept closing it. People arrived at 9 and left at 2 or 3 in the morning. The conversation went in the way that conversation in such rooms has always gone. Somebody says something enormous and general. Somebody else disagrees on a technicality. A third person tells a story that is only tangentially related. 2 people begin an argument in the corner that nobody else can hear. Every so often, the whole room converges on one topic for 20 minutes, and something genuinely intelligent gets said, and nobody writes it down. I want you to have that picture properly, because of the contrast with what happened afterward. The state's version, assembled from an informer's reports and written into a legal finding, describes a criminal association with revolutionary aims. The reality was young men, a samovar, and too much tea. Both descriptions are of the same room. One of them ended in a firing squad drawn up in the snow. That gap between an event as it is lived and the same event as it is written down by an institution is one of the permanent facts of organized life, and it is worth knowing about even in a life where nothing is ever at stake more serious than a work email. Chapter 18. What they actually did. There was, it is true, a smaller and more serious group inside the larger one. A man named Nikolai Speshnev, who was wealthy, cold, handsome, and genuinely revolutionary in a way most of the others were not, had gathered a handful of people around a more concrete idea. There was talk of a printing press, A press meant leaflets, and leaflets meant an attempt to actually reach people beyond the room. Dostoevsky was in that smaller group. He had also borrowed money from Speshnev, a substantial sum which he could not repay, and he later described himself, half seriously, as belonging to Speshnev, as being his in a way he could not get out of. Some readers see the first sketch of a certain kind of character there, the magnetic, empty man who acquires a hold over other people. That figure walks through his later novels more than once. So, was there something more than talk? There was the beginning of something. A press that was discussed and, by some accounts, partly acquired. Conversations about what might be printed. No leaflets were ever distributed. Nothing was ever done. Under Russian law as it stood, and under the interpretation that a military commission chose to give it, that was enough. And here is the point I would like you to take from this chapter, gently, without alarm, because it is a permanent feature of the world and not a fact about Russia. When a state becomes frightened, the distance between having a thought and committing a crime gets shorter. The category of the punishable expands outward from what you did to what you planned, to what you said, to what you listened to somebody else say without reporting it. 21 men were sentenced to death by firing squad, and the actual behavior underneath that sentence was attendance at a private discussion group, and, in Dostoevsky's case specifically, reading a letter aloud. About Speshnev, one more thought, because he is the most interesting minor figure in this story. He was wealthy, he had lived abroad, he had a reputation involving a woman who had died in circumstances that people whispered about, and he was, by every account, magnetically calm. Dostoevsky said of him, in a phrase reported later, that he was his own Mephistopheles. Now, whatever the precise arrangement between them, the psychological shape of it is unmistakable, and it recurs in the novels for the rest of his career. A younger, more emotional, more talkative man becomes attached to an older, colder, quieter one, and the attachment is not friendship exactly, it is closer to possession. The quiet one gives the loud one a kind of permission. He appears to have arrived at conclusions the other has only flirted with, and to be entirely untroubled by them. Stavrogin in Demons is that figure. So, in a lower key, is Svidrigailov in Crime and Punishment. And what he understood about the type, having borrowed money from one, is this: the power of such a person over others is not that he believes something, it is that he does not appear to need anything. Need is the currency everybody else is trading in. A man who seems to have withdrawn from the market becomes, instantly, the most valuable thing in the room. He also, in every one of the novels, turns out to be hollow, and to know it, and to be entirely unable to do anything about it. Chapter 19. The letter read aloud. The letter deserves its own chapter. Because of all the things in this story, it is the one that most nearly counts as the cause. In 1847, Nikolai Gogol, the greatest living Russian prose writer, the author of Dead Souls and The Overcoat, published a book of essays called Selected Passages from Correspondence with Friends. It was a strange, exalted, and to most of his admirers, an appalling book, in which he defended the existing order in Russia. Serfdom, the autocracy, the church, all of it presented as divinely ordered and morally sound. The educated young of Russia had regarded Gogol as one of their own, a satirist who had shown them the corruption and absurdity of official life. They experienced the book as a betrayal. Belinsky, dying of tuberculosis and taking a cure abroad, wrote him an answer. It is one of the most famous documents in Russian intellectual history. It is furious, personal, and absolutely direct in a way that nothing published inside Russia could be. It says that the country does not need sermons, it needs rights and courts that work, and the end of the buying and selling of human beings. It accuses Gogol of putting his talent at the service of the whip. It could not be printed in Russia, so it circulated in handwriting, copied and passed along, which is how forbidden texts have always moved. And on the 15th of April, 1849, at Petrashevsky's, Fyodor Dostoevsky read it out loud. That is the act. That is what was on the charge sheet 8 months later on a platform in the snow. He read somebody else's letter aloud in a private room to about 20 people, some of whom were already informing on the rest. There was an informer, of course. There is always an informer. A young man named Antonelli, placed in the group by the third section, who wrote reports about who came and what was said. The Belinsky letter is worth understanding a little better, because it is the intellectual root of everything Dostoevsky would spend the second half of his life arguing against. Belinsky was, in effect, the founder of the Russian intelligentsia as a moral type. He was poor, ill, ferociously hard-working, and he believed that literature was not decoration, that it was the conscience of a nation, and that a writer who used his gift to defend an unjust order was committing something close to treason against humanity. The young Dostoevsky worshipped him, and then, gradually, came to disagree with almost everything he stood for. Because Belinsky was also a man of the party of progress in its purest form. He believed that the arrangements could be fixed, that reason could design a better order, and that the suffering of the present was the price of a rational future. And after Siberia, Dostoevsky could not accept the last part of that. He had met the people who get charged the price. This is the great argument of his mature work, and it runs directly through the Brothers Karamazov, where Ivan puts the case with a clarity that has never been improved on. That no future harmony is worth the tears of one tortured child, and that if the ticket to that harmony costs that, he returns the ticket. Dostoevsky wrote the strongest possible statement of the case against his own position, and then spent the rest of the novel trying to answer it. That is what makes him permanent. Second-rate minds arrange for the opposition to be stupid. He read that letter aloud in a private room, and it cost him 10 years, and he spent the following 30 arguing with it. Chapter 20, April 23, 1849. They came for everybody in the same hour, before dawn, on the 23rd of April. An officer of the third section, a gendarme, and a police officer. They searched the rooms, they took papers, and they took the man. Dostoevsky described being woken to a candle held over him and a voice saying, in a tone he remembered as almost polite, that he was being arrested. The politeness is not a small detail. Nothing in the imperial machinery was rude. It was a bureaucracy, and bureaucracies are courteous, and that is precisely what makes them frightening. The gendarme is not angry with you. He has a list. 34 people were taken that night. 21 would eventually stand on the platform. They were driven to the Peter and Paul fortress across the water and put into individual cells. There is a small thing I want to note about the fortress because it has an odd resonance. The Peter and Paul fortress is the original nucleus of St. Petersburg. It is the first thing Peter the Great built there in 1703. The city grew outward from it, so the political prison in which the empire kept its most inconvenient people was, quite literally, the seed from which the capital had grown. He was in there from April to December, 8 months and a few days. Interrogations, written questions, written answers. The commission worked slowly and thoroughly. He gave careful, limited replies. He did not name people who had not already been named. And in that cell, alone, he began to notice something that he would eventually turn into one of the strangest and most useful ideas in his work. That a human being deprived of everything will start manufacturing his own weather. The mind, left with no material, will generate material. It will produce fantasies, arguments, imaginary conversations, entire dramas of insult and vindication with no external cause whatsoever. Anybody who has lain awake at 3 a.m. conducting a devastating argument with somebody who is asleep in another city has met this machinery. He was one of the first people in literature to describe it honestly. There is a small thing about being arrested that people who have not been arrested do not know, and he recorded it precisely. It is polite. The officer is correct, the forms are observed, you are given time to dress, somebody may even apologize for the hour. And this politeness does something specific to a person's mind, which is that it prevents the situation from being processed as an emergency. There is no shouting to react to, there is no violence to resist. There is a well-mannered man in a uniform with a piece of paper, and everything in your social training tells you to be well-mannered back. So you cooperate, you find your coat, you say goodbye to your brother in a normal voice, you get into the carriage, and it is only later in the cell that some part of you goes back over the last hour and realizes that at no point did you do anything except comply, and that there was nothing else to do, and that the courtesy was the mechanism. He never wrote a scene of arrest that was not like this. The dreadful thing in his fiction is almost never a man with a weapon. It is a man with a form to fill in, who is perfectly civil and who cannot be argued with because he is not the one who decided. That is a 19th century observation that has aged extremely well. Chapter 21. The Alexeyevsky Ravelin. The verdict of the military commission went up the chain, as verdicts did, and at the top of the chain it was reviewed by the Tsar himself. The commission had recommended various punishments. The higher review made them all death. And then Nicholas having converted the sentences to death on paper, wrote out what should actually happen. Read the sentence, dress them, bind the first three, aim, then read the commutation. Historians who have gone through the papers describe an emperor who was quite specific about the staging. He wanted the ceremony performed properly. He wanted it in front of troops. He specified the sequence of announcements. He appears to have regarded it as a piece of pedagogy and to have been rather pleased with the design. I have thought about this a great deal, and here is the only thing I can say about it that is worth saying at 1 a.m. The Tsar was not, in his own mind, being cruel. He was being merciful and instructive at the same time. He had spared 21 lives. He had also arranged that the sparing should be maximally memorable, from inside his own head, that is generous and wise. This is the most ordinary shape that cruelty takes in the world, and it is worth knowing about, not the villain who enjoys the pain. The administrator who is quite certain he is doing good, and who has never once had to stand where the lesson lands. The men in the fortress knew none of this. On the night of the 21st of December, they went to sleep in their separate cells with no idea that the papers had been signed and the carpenters had already gone out to the parade ground to build a platform in the dark. There is one more thing to say about that emperor's marginal notes, and it is the thing I keep coming back to. He wrote the staging out in advance. Read the sentence, dress them, the first three to the posts. Aim, then the commutation. Somebody, somewhere in that chain, transcribed those instructions in a clear official hand and passed them down. Somebody costed the platform. Somebody ordered the linen. Somebody in a quartermaster's office issued 21 white shirts with hoods and wrote the number in a ledger. Somebody built that scaffold. In the dark, the night before, in the cold, and went home afterward. None of those people were monsters. All of them were doing their jobs. And this is the reason his books do not have villains in the ordinary sense. He grew up inside a bureaucracy, and he was destroyed by one, and he understood the central fact about them, which is that a bureaucracy can perform an act that no individual member of it would perform, and that afterward there is nobody to hold responsible, because every single person did only the small correct thing in front of them. If you are looking for the moment when modern literature learned to be frightened of institutions rather than of individuals, this is very near it. And for tonight, the useful version of the thought is much gentler. Whatever is worrying you at this hour, it is quite likely that nobody designed it, and that no one is out to get you, and that a great deal of what feels personal is simply a system doing what systems do. Chapter 22. 8 months of silence. Before we return to the square, I want to give you one image to hold, because it is the hinge of everything. For 8 months, this man has had nothing to do but think. He has no company, no work, no news, and no way to know what is going to happen to him. He has been living almost entirely inside his own mind. And a mind in that condition does something specific. It becomes abstract. It thinks about life in general, about justice, about Russia, about God, about literature, about whether he is a great writer or a failed one, about his brother, about money. Then, on one December morning, all of that abstraction is switched off at the wall, and he is given, instead, a very small number of concrete minutes and a piece of information that admits of no interpretation whatsoever. That is the transformation. From 8 months of thinking about life in the abstract to 20 minutes of life as the most concrete thing in the universe. He never got over it. He said so in different ways for the rest of his life. And the reason it never became merely a story he told at dinner is that it did not stay a memory. It became a lens. He looked at everything through it afterward. Every character he wrote who is about to make an irreversible decision, every scene where somebody is standing at the edge of their own life and has to choose, comes out of a man who once stood on packed snow in a linen shroud and did the arithmetic on how many minutes he had left. Now, back to the square. The sentence has been read. The swords are broken. The shrouds are on. An officer is calling 3 names. While he is waiting out those 8 months, let us look at what solitary confinement actually does, because the modern research agrees with his account to a rather startling degree. Deprived of external stimulation, the human nervous system does not go quiet, it goes up. Sleep fragments. Time perception distorts, usually in the direction of lengthening. Small sounds become enormous. Many people report intrusive imagery, and a proportion begin to hear things. And, most relevantly for him, the mind begins to generate social interaction that is not happening. Conversations with absent people. Arguments, rehearsals, imaginary courtrooms in which one finally explains oneself properly. He described all of this from the inside, decades before there was a literature on it. And then, being who he was, he did something further with it. He noticed that this manufactured inner drama is not entirely different from ordinary consciousness. It is ordinary consciousness with the volume turned up and the corrective feedback removed. That is the underground man in the book he wrote 15 years later. A man in a small room in Petersburg, not imprisoned, free to leave at any moment, who nevertheless spends his life conducting brilliant, devastating, entirely internal arguments with people who are not there and who would not care if they were. The cell taught him what everybody is doing quietly, and he simply took away the walls and left the behavior, and modern literature was never the same afterward. Chapter 23, 3 at a time. 21 men, 3 posts. That arithmetic was, I think, the cruelest single element of the design, and I doubt anybody planned it as such. It was simply practical. A firing party can only manage so many at once. So the men were to be shot in groups of 3 in sequence, which means that every man on that platform had to work out immediately where he stood in the order. Dostoevsky was in the second group. Consider what that does to time. If you are in the first 3, your remaining life is measured in something like a minute. If you are in the second 3, you have that minute plus the time it takes to shoot the first 3 and clear the posts. Perhaps 5 minutes. If you are 12th, you have 20. If you are last, you have the better part of half an hour, and you will spend it watching. Every man was handed a different quantity, and each of them knew precisely how much he had. I have never encountered any other historical moment that puts that question so nakedly. Not how much time do you have left in some vague existential sense, but how much time do you have left in minutes starting now, and you can count it on the fingers of one hand. Dostoevsky said afterward that he was certain he had about 5 minutes. And here is what he did with them, according to his own account, given later to his brother and worked into a novel 20 years afterward. He divided them. There is a thought here about numbers that I want to leave with you, and then we can go back to the square. Every one of those men on the platform received, in the space of about 90 seconds, a precise figure for the remaining duration of his life. We spend enormous energy avoiding that figure. It is one of the main occupations of a civilization. And yet the strange finding from the people who work with the dying is that a number is very often experienced as a relief rather than a horror. Uncertainty is the thing that exhausts. A person told they have perhaps a year will frequently report after the first shock an unfamiliar steadiness. The endless negotiation stops. The question is no longer whether and becomes what now, which is a question a human being can actually work with. What happened on that square was a cruel and compressed version of that experience. For about 5 minutes, 21 men knew. And the accounts of those 5 minutes are not, in the main, accounts of terror. They are accounts of extraordinary vividness, colors, light, the faces of the men next to them, the wish to say something and the failure to find it. That is not a recommendation. Nobody should be given that number by an officer with a document. But it is worth knowing that the mind, at the end of its resources, does not necessarily collapse. It quite often opens. Chapter 24. The first 3. The first 3 names were Petrashevsky, Mombelli, and Grigoriev. They were led down from the platform to the posts. Their hands were tied behind them. The hoods of the shrouds were pulled down over their faces, so that the last thing each of them saw was white linen an inch from his eyes. Petrashevsky, by several accounts, shook his hood back off his face. He refused to be blindfolded. He wanted to see. A firing party of soldiers came forward and formed up in front of them and raised their rifles. That is the picture. 3 men tied to posts in the snow, 2 of them hooded, 1 of them staring straight down the line of barrels, and a row of young conscripts, none of whom, we might reasonably assume, had asked for this duty, holding their aim in the freezing air on the order of an officer. Behind them, on the platform, 18 men in white waited their turn. The aim was held for some time. Accounts vary on how long enough for it to be unmistakably an aim rather than a movement. And it is worth saying clearly, because it is very easy to lose in the drama. The soldiers holding those rifles did not know either. The staging had been kept from almost everybody. So the men aiming and the men aimed at were, in that instant, inside exactly the same false world. The only people on that square who knew what was actually going to happen were the general in command and the courier holding the paper. Then, from somewhere at the edge of the parade ground, the drums began to beat. Petrashevsky, shaking the hood off his face, is the image from that morning that I would keep. if I could keep only one. Everything else on the square was done to those men. This was the single act performed by one of them. He could not stop the rifles. He could not stop the ceremony. He had, in that moment, exactly one available choice in the entire universe, which was whether to spend his last seconds in the dark or looking at something. And he chose to look. There is a temptation to make that heroic, and it probably was, but I think it is more useful to make it small, because in the small version it is available to everybody. The choice is not usually between courage and cowardice. It is between looking and not looking. And the not looking is nearly always the reasonable option, the comfortable one, the one that hurts less. There will be things in your own life that are not going to be altered by anything you do. Somebody's illness, a decision that has already been taken by other people, a change in your body that is simply arriving. The one remaining freedom in those situations is the same one Petrashevsky had, whether to be present for it or not. He shook the hood back off his face and looked down the line of rifles in the cold, and 30 seconds later the drums began to beat, and he lived another 26 years in Siberia and argued with officials the whole time. Chapter 25. What he decided to do with the time. 5 minutes, he thought, perhaps a little less. And here is the thing that has fascinated readers for 150 years. He did not spend them in terror. He did not, by his own account, spend them praying or regretting or composing a final message. He budgeted them. 2 minutes, he decided, to say goodbye to the men beside him. 2 minutes to think about himself, to take some kind of final internal account. And the last minute to look around him. Simply to look. At the square, at the buildings, at the sky, at the world, one more time. I want to stay with this because it is easy to read past it as a colourful detail, and it is not a detail. It is the most important single act in this entire story. Given the last handful of minutes of his life, with no possibility of changing anything, he made a plan for how to spend attention. That is all a person can do at the very end. Everything else has been taken. The one remaining freedom, the last thing that still belongs to you, is where you point your mind. Now consider how strange that is. Attention is the one thing we treat in ordinary life, as though it were free and infinite. We give it away all day long without noticing. We hand it to whatever is loudest. And here is a man who has been stripped of every other possession in the world, standing in the snow, discovering that the last remaining item in his estate is his own attention, and choosing deliberately how to spend it. He said goodbye to the 2 men beside him. He embraced them. Then he had his 2 minutes of himself. He said afterward that he tried to think about what was happening, tried to grasp it, and found that he could not really do it. The mind would not hold it. It kept sliding off. And then he had the last minute to look, and this is where the account becomes almost unbearable in its ordinariness. There was a church nearby, and the sunlight had caught the gilded dome of it, and the light was coming off the gold in a way that was very bright. And he found that he could not stop looking at it. and could not stop having a completely irrelevant thought about it, that in a moment he would be nothing, and the light would still be on that roof, and that perhaps he was about to become part of that light, or part of whatever the light is. That is what a mind does with its last minute. Not a summary of a life. A gold roof. I want to test that budget against your own experience, gently, because it is the most practical idea in this recording. Think of an evening this week that disappeared. Not a bad evening, just one that went. You came home and things happened, and at some point it was late and you could not really have said what the evening had contained. Now ask the question he asked on the platform. If somebody had told you at the start of that evening that it was the last one, what would you have allocated? Almost nobody answers with achievement. Nobody says they would have cleared their inbox. The answers are always the same 3 or 4 things. Talking properly to one particular person, being outside for a while, eating something slowly, looking at somebody's face, which means that we all already know the allocation. We are not confused about it. The information is not missing. What is missing is the pressure that makes us act on it, and the only reliable source of that pressure is the thing none of us want. So the honest conclusion is not that you should live every day as though it were your last, which is advice that has never once worked for anybody and which he would have laughed at. The honest conclusion is smaller. It is that the allocation you would make under pressure is known to you, and that on perhaps one evening in 10 you could simply do a little of it anyway without the pressure because you happened to remember. That is all. One evening in 10. He would have considered that a reasonable ambition, and he would have failed at it himself regularly, and so will you, and it still counts. Chapter 26. The drums. Then the drums. You should know what the drums meant, because it is a piece of military language, and without it, the moment is confusing. In the Russian army of that period, a particular drum beat, the retreat, was a signal for the troops to stand down. It was, in effect, the sound of an order being cancelled. So the sequence on that square was the sentence, the priest, the swords, the shrouds, the first 3 tied to posts, the firing party raising their rifles, the aim held, and then, from the side of the parade ground, an ordinary drum beat that meant to every soldier present that nothing further was going to happen. The rifles came down. The men on the platform did not immediately understand. The soldiers understood because it was their language. But the 21 civilians in white linen had no idea what a change of drumbeat signified. A carriage came onto the square. An officer got down from it carrying a paper, and then the reading of the commutation. Each man's actual sentence, the one that had been signed 2 days earlier, was read out. Petrashevsky, hard labor for life. Others, various terms of hard labor and exile. Dostoevsky, 4 years of hard labor in Siberia, followed by service as a private soldier in the army, with the loss of all rights and rank. 4 years of penal servitude announced to a man who has just spent 5 minutes dividing up the last of his life is not a punishment. It is a gift so enormous that the mind cannot process it as anything other than joy. Several of the men laughed. somebody shouted. One of them, according to a witness, went down on his knees in the snow. The three at the posts were untied and brought back. Petrashevsky, who had refused the hood, walked back across the square by himself. And one man did not come back the way he went out. There is something about the drums that has stayed with me for years, and it is a point about how information travels. Several thousand soldiers on that square understood instantly that the execution had been called off, because the drum beat was part of their professional language. The 21 men in white linen understood nothing at all. They heard a noise. So for a period of some seconds, possibly longer, the entire square knew that these men were going to live, and the men themselves did not. There is something unbearable in that gap, and also something oddly comforting, and I have never been able to decide which. The unbearable part is obvious. Nobody thought to tell them. The comforting part is stranger, and it is this. It is possible to be in a situation that has already changed for the better while still standing inside the old version of it. The relief has already been signed. The decision has already gone your way. The illness is already receding, the letter is already in the post, the person who has not spoken to you for a year has already decided to, and you do not know, and so you go on feeling exactly as you did. Which means, at this hour, in the dark, that whatever you are carrying tonight, the state of the world at 1 a.m, is not necessarily the state of the world. It is only the state of your information. That is not optimism. It is just accuracy. The drums often beat some time before we recognize the sound. Chapter 27. The Courier. Before we speak about him, one more word about the Courier, because there is a version of this story that circulates, and it is wrong, and the wrongness matters. The popular version says the men were about to be shot, and at the last second a messenger galloped in with a reprieve from the Tsar. It is a wonderful story. Tension, a horse, a piece of paper, the hand of Providence. It is not what happened. The reprieve was signed before they ever left their cells. The courier was standing at the edge of the parade ground the entire time, watching, with the paper in his coat, waiting for his cue. Why does the difference matter? Because in the dramatic version, the world is a place where something arrives in time. There is luck in it, and grace, and a sense that the universe intervened. In the true version, there was never any danger of them being shot, and there was also never any possibility of the ordeal being shortened. The entire hour was a designed object. The paper in the courier's pocket was not a rescue. It was the last page of a script, and that is a much colder fact, and I think it is one of the reasons the mourning stayed in him so permanently. He was not saved. He was released on schedule by the same authority that had staged the whole thing, having been taken through every step of a death for instructional purposes. There is no gratitude available in that. You cannot thank anybody. There is nobody to thank. What he was left with instead was something purer and stranger and much more useful. Not gratitude to a person, gratitude to the fact. He had been shown, in the most direct way available, that being alive at all is not a background condition. It is the event. There is a version of this story that I have to correct as well, because it appears everywhere, including in otherwise careful books, and it matters. You will read that the Tsar's reprieve arrived at the last second and that Dostoevsky was a few moments from death. He was not. The commutation predated the ceremony. The rifles almost certainly held blanks or would never have been ordered to fire, and the general commanding had his instructions. So was it then a piece of theatre with no danger in it at all? A kind of very cruel play? Yes, and it changed nothing whatsoever about the experience, because the experience is not made of the external facts. It is made of what the person believes. That is worth holding on to, because it cuts both ways, and the second way is the one that helps. If a man can undergo the full internal reality of his own death without dying, then the internal reality is not fastened tightly to the external one. It follows that a great deal of what we suffer is produced inside by a mind doing exactly what it is built to do, which is to model the future and then live in the model. He knew this better than anyone, and it is why his characters suffer so extravagantly over things that have not happened. And it is why, at 1 a.m, the correct response to a mind that is running a very convincing model of a disaster is not to argue with the model. It is simply to notice that you are inside one, and that the square you are standing in was built by the same person who is standing in it. Chapter 28. The Man Who Did Not Come Back. Nikolai Grigoriev was a young officer. He was one of the 3 tied to the posts. He never recovered. His mind broke on that square, and by the accounts of those who saw him afterward, it did not come back. He was eventually placed in an asylum, and he lived out his life there. I want to spend a chapter on him gently, because the story is usually told as a tale of transformation, and a story of transformation that leaves out the person it destroyed is a lie. 21 men stood in that square. All 21 were subjected to the same hour. One of them turned it into 5 novels that changed the literature of the world. One of them lost his reason permanently. The other 19 went off to their various sentences and came back and lived various lives, most of them unremarkable, none of them written about. The same event, utterly different results. And this is a thing worth knowing and worth being kind to yourself about, because the culture we live in has developed a rather cruel idea that hardship is a resource, that suffering makes you deeper, that what does not kill you strengthens you. There is a whole industry built on that sentence. Dostoevsky himself is often used as the proof of it. Look what the mock execution did for him. Look what Siberia did for him. But Siberia did not do it for Grigoriev. The honest version is this: extremity does not build anything. It only reveals what is already there and then tests whether it will hold. Sometimes there is a writer inside the man, and the pressure brings him out. Sometimes there is a young officer who was already at the edge of what a nervous system can bear, and the pressure ends him. If you have been through something hard and it did not make you wise, if it just cost you, and you have quietly suspected that you failed at it, you did not fail at it. Some things simply cost. Hold Grigoriev in mind for the rest of tonight. He is the reason this story has to be told carefully. There is a temptation, when we talk about the man whose mind broke, to look for a reason, to find something in his history that made him more fragile, so that the story stays orderly. I would rather not do that, and I do not think we can. What we can say is this: 21 nervous systems were exposed to the same event. They responded differently, in ways that nobody could have predicted in advance, and nobody has been able to explain since. That is not a moral fact. It is closer to a medical one. Some people can be in a car accident and be shaken for a week. Some people are in the same car and cannot drive for 4 years. It is not a difference in character. It is a difference in the particular machine, and the machines vary, and we do not choose ours. I want to say this clearly, because there is a good chance that somebody listening tonight is carrying a private verdict about their own reaction to something, that they took it badly, that other people managed and they did not, that there is something weak in them that showed up under pressure. There is no evidence in this story for that verdict. There is a man who wrote 5 great novels, and a man who lost his reason, and 19 men who did neither. And the only thing that distinguished them at 8 o'clock that morning was which nervous system each of them happened to have been issued at birth. Chapter 29. Hours later, ink and paper, they were taken back to the fortress. And that same day, on the 22nd of December, still in the clothes he had been marched out in, Fyodor Dostoevsky sat down and wrote a letter to his older brother, Mikhail. Mikhail had also been arrested in the sweep and had been released. He had come to the fortress that day and been allowed to see his brother for a few minutes before the departure. The letter is one of the most remarkable documents in the history of literature, and I am not going to quote it to you for 2 reasons. The first is that translations differ, and I do not want to put words in a dead man's mouth. The second is that at this hour a paraphrase said slowly will reach you better than a quotation said carefully. Here, in substance, is what he wrote. He told his brother that he was not depressed and not broken, and that his spirit was intact. He said that he was, that day, being reborn into a new form, and that he did not regret the life behind him. He said that a person carries their own inner life with them wherever they go, and that it is possible to be a human being even in a prison, and that this was the thing he was going to hold on to. And then he wrote the sentence the letter is famous for, and I will give it to you in a plain paraphrase, and you will see immediately why it survived. Life is a gift. Life is happiness. Every minute of it could have been an age of happiness, and if he had only known that earlier, he would have lived differently. He was 28 years old. He had just been taken through his own execution, and he had 4 years of penal servitude in front of him. And this was the news he wanted to send out. He also asked for books. Of course he did. He asked for books and for writing materials, and worried, in a very practical passage, about whether he would be allowed to write at all, and what it would do to him if he could not. Something about the physical act of writing that letter is worth noticing. He had been through the morning. He had walked back across the square. He had been returned to his cell. He had, presumably, been fed something. And then he asked for paper. There is a thing that certain people do, and if you are one of them, you will recognize it immediately. The compulsion to convert an experience into language before it has cooled. Not for an audience, for the conversion itself. Something has happened, and it will not be real or will not be survivable until it has been put into sentences. He did it within hours. And what is striking about the letter, when you read it as a document rather than as a famous quotation, is how organized it is. It has a structure. He reassures. He reflects. He makes practical requests. He asks about family members by name. He worries about his brother's finances. A man who has spent the morning at his own execution writes a letter in which he asks after the children. There is a great deal of comfort in that. And it is not the comfort of heroism. It is the comfort of the ordinary machinery holding. The part of a person that asks after the children is very robust. It survives things that the philosophical part does not. If you have ever wondered what you would be like in a catastrophe, the answer, statistically, is that you would probably make tea for somebody. Chapter 30. What he told his brother. I want to slow down on one part of that letter, because it is the part that concerns you tonight rather than him. If I had only known this earlier, I would have lived differently. That is the sentence in essence, and it is the one that every person who reads it feels somewhere below the sternum, because it names a thing we all suspect about ourselves and would rather not look at directly. Not that we are wasting our lives in some dramatic sense. Most people are not. Most people are working and looking after somebody and paying for things and doing a reasonable job of it. The suspicion is smaller and more precise than that. It is that we are present for very little of it. The days go past, and we are somewhere else while they go. Physically here, mentally in a conversation from Tuesday, or in a worry about November, handling the evening while thinking about the morning. And then at some point we look up, and a decade has gone through us without ever quite being noticed on the way past. That is what the mock execution corrected in him, and it corrected it violently, and the correction held for the rest of his life. Now, we do not want the violent version. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, and the last thing I would wish on you is a lesson delivered that way. But there is a milder version of the same medicine, and it is available, and we will get to it properly at the end of this recording. For now, just let the sentence sit there. If I had known this earlier, I would have lived differently. Not as a reproach, as a piece of information from a man who was in a position to know. Let me put the thought from that letter a slightly different way, because there is a version of it that becomes cruel, and I want to disarm that version before you sleep. If I had known this earlier, I would have lived differently. The cruel reading is, I wasted my life, and now I see it, and it is too late. The reading he actually had was almost the opposite, and you can tell from the rest of the letter because the rest of the letter is full of plans. What he had discovered was not that the past was wasted, it was that the future was real. Those are very different perceptions. The first one looks backward and produces regret, which is useless and heavy, and which at 1 in the morning will keep you awake until 3. The second one looks forward and produces something closer to appetite. He came off that square hungry. That is the tone. Not chastened, hungry. Give me paper, give me books, tell me about the family. 4 years is nothing. I have work to do. And that is the version worth borrowing tonight. Not a review of everything you have failed to do with the years so far. Just the small forward-facing fact that tomorrow is not theoretical, and that whatever you have been intending to get to has not actually been foreclosed. That is a much easier thing to fall asleep on than a ledger. Chapter 31. The idea that would not leave him. There is a peculiar afterlife to that morning, and it is worth naming before we follow him east. Most people who survive something extreme spend the following years trying not to think about it. That is the ordinary and healthy pattern. The mind puts a lid on and holds it down. He did the opposite. He went back to it, on purpose, repeatedly, for 30 years in print. The condemned man appears again and again in his fiction. In The Idiot, twice, in extended passages, in other places in fragments, a man being taken to execution. The last minutes, the gold roof. The arithmetic of the remaining time. The thought that if life were given back, not a single minute of it would be wasted. He turned it over the way you turn over a stone you have picked up on a beach, looking at it from every angle for decades. And in the process, he did something that very few writers manage. He converted a private trauma into a general instrument. The morning stopped being about him. It became a device for looking at anybody. Because the situation is not in the end unusual, it only looks unusual because of the soldiers and the snow. Strip those away, and what you have is a person who has a limited and unknown quantity of time remaining, who does not know how much, and who has to decide what to do with their attention in the meantime. That is not a Russian political prisoner in 1849. That is the entire species, all the time, including you, right now, in the dark, listening to this. The only difference between his situation and ours is that he was given a number, and we are not. And a number, it turns out, is the one thing that makes people behave as though time were real. There is a technical writer's point buried in this, and it is worth 2 minutes because it explains why his books work on people who do not otherwise read novels. Most writers who have survived something extreme write about it directly, once, and it is usually their best book and often their only one. He did not do that. He never wrote a memoir of the mock execution. What he did instead was to break the experience into components and distribute them. The arithmetic of the last minutes went to Mishkin in The Idiot. The condition of the convict went into House of the Dead in the mouth of a fictional narrator. The psychology of a man cut off from ordinary company went to Raskolnikov. The manufactured inner drama of the cell went to the underground man. The question of whether any future good can justify present suffering went to Ivan Karamazov. Each of those is a piece of 1 morning and 4 years, machined into a component and fitted into a different engine. That is why the books do not read as autobiography. He was not telling you what happened to him. He was using what happened to him as an instrument for looking at other people. And that, in the end, is the difference between having an experience and metabolizing one. The first stays yours and stays sore. The second becomes a tool that other people can pick up at 1 a.m, 170 years later, in a language he never spoke. Chapter 32. Chains and a sledge going east. 2 days after the square, on Christmas Eve, they came for him at night. He was taken down to the smithy in the fortress, and iron leg irons were riveted onto him. They weighed something like 10 pounds. They would not come off for 4 years. He would wear them to sleep, to work, to wash. Then he was put into an open sledge with a guard and driven out of St. Petersburg into the dark, heading east. The journey to Siberia took about 2.5 weeks in the depth of a Russian winter. Open sledges, nights in post stations, temperatures that modern readers in heated rooms are not really equipped to imagine. He wrote later about crossing the Urals in a blizzard at the boundary post that marks the division between Europe and Asia, and stopping there and standing in the snow and weeping, not from despair or not only, from the sheer size of what was in front of him and behind him, behind the whole of his life so far, his language, his brother, his readers, the city, ahead Asia and 4 years, and no way of knowing what would be left of him at the end of it. We are going to follow him into that. But before we do, I want you to notice where you are. You are lying down. You are warm. The door is locked, or it does not need to be. Nobody is coming for you tonight. Whatever is on your mind, and there is always something on the mind at this hour, it is not a sledge going east in January with irons on your legs. I am not saying that to make your troubles small. Troubles are not comparative, and they do not shrink because somebody else once had worse. That trick never works, and I would not insult you with it. I am saying it because of something he came to believe, and which we will spend the second half of this recording earning, that the ordinary safety of an ordinary night is not nothing. It is, in fact, the enormous and improbable thing, and the only reason it does not feel enormous is that it has never once been taken away from you. Now, east into the snow. About the irons, one further detail, because it changes the picture. 10 pounds is not, in itself, a great weight. You could hold it in one hand and be untroubled. The difficulty of leg irons is not the mass. It is that they are riveted and therefore permanent, and that they alter the length of a stride. A man in leg irons cannot walk normally, cannot run at all, and cannot lie down in most of the positions a body naturally chooses in sleep. So the punishment is delivered not once, but continuously, in thousands of small corrections for 4 years. I find this a useful model for a great many kinds of difficulty that have nothing to do with prison. The things that wear people down are very rarely the 10-pound weights. They are the alterations to the stride, the small permanent adjustment that has to be made 100 times a day and that nobody else can see. The chronic pain that is never severe, the relationship that requires a slight bracing before every conversation, the job that is fine, except for one thing which is present in every hour of it, He came out of Siberia with a lasting suspicion of dramatic suffering as a category. He knew what it was and had had it. But the writing keeps returning to the other kind, the low, continuous kind, the man who has been making the same small adjustment for so long that he no longer remembers what an unadjusted stride felt like. If you are carrying something of that sort, he is very good company, because he does not ask you to be dramatic about it. Chapter 33, Tobolsk, and a book with something hidden in it. On the way east, the convoy stopped at Tobolsk, an old Siberian town on the Irtysh River, which functioned as a transit point for prisoners being distributed further into the interior. And there, something happened that he carried for the rest of his life. 25 years earlier, after the failed Decembrist rising of 1825, a number of aristocratic officers had been sentenced to Siberia. Several of their wives had done a thing that astonished Russian society at the time. They gave up their titles, their property, their position, and the right to return, and followed their husbands into exile. They were still there, middle-aged now, living in Siberian towns, part of the strange, educated society that penal exile had accidentally deposited across the region. And when they heard that a new group of political prisoners was passing through, they came. They obtained permission to meet the men. They brought clothes. They brought food. And each prisoner was given a copy of the New Testament, which was the only book permitted in the labor camps. Inside the binding of each copy, folded and hidden, was a 10-ruble note. I find that detail almost overwhelming, and I think it is because of the combination in it. The book is the spiritual gesture, the thing you would expect from devout 19th century women. The money in the binding is the other thing entirely. It is practical, it is illegal, it is smuggling, and it says, "We know what it is actually like where you are going, and prayer will not buy you tobacco." Mercy that comes with logistics attached is a very rare and very high form of mercy. He kept that copy of the New Testament for the remaining 31 years of his life. It was on his desk when he died. It is one of the few objects of his that still exists, and it is heavily marked in pencil and in fingernail at the passages he returned to. For 4 years in the camp, it was the only book he was allowed to read. Think about what that does to a text. 4 years, one book, no others, in conditions of total exhaustion. He did not read it. He wore it the way a river wears a stone. I want to say a little more about those women, because they are the quietest heroes in this entire story, and almost nobody knows their names. When the Decembrists were sentenced in 1826, their wives were told, quite explicitly, what following them would cost: loss of noble status, loss of property rights. The children already born would have to be left behind, and any children born in Siberia would be classed as state peasants. And there would be no coming back. 11 of them went anyway. They lived for decades in Siberian towns, taught, nursed, ran small households, wrote letters for illiterate convicts, and slowly turned a penal region into a place with a strange thread of educated society running through it. By 1850, they were in their 50s and 60s, and they were still there. and they came out to meet a convoy of young men they had never heard of, because a new group of politicals was passing through, and somebody had to. Nobody made them. There was no organization. There was simply the accumulated habit, over 25 years, of turning up. That is the form goodness usually takes in his novels, incidentally, not a grand act. A person who turns up repeatedly without being asked and who brings something practical. Sonia in Crime and Punishment does exactly this. She does not out-argue Raskolnikov. She simply keeps being there, including on the day he confesses and afterward in Siberia, with no realistic prospect of any reward whatsoever. He met the original in a transit prison in Tobolsk when he was 28, and he never forgot what she looked like. Chapter 34. Omsk. The Omsk fortress prison was a wooden stockade on the flat, empty steppe of western Siberia. A few long, low buildings inside a fence of sharpened stakes, 200 men or so. He was there from January 1850 to February 1854. Let me describe the physical conditions plainly and then move on, because there is no value in dwelling on them and a great deal of value in the one or two things he found there. The barracks were old, damp, and overcrowded. Men slept on bare planks. In winter, the floor was covered with a layer of ice half an inch thick that melted during the day into a slush. In summer, the freeze was so bad that sleep was difficult. The leg irons stayed on at all times. Food was bread and cabbage soup. Work was breaking up old boats, firing bricks, grinding alabaster, shoveling snow. Physical punishment, including flogging, was routine, though as a nobleman turned convict, he was in an ambiguous category. He was ill. The epilepsy established itself in those years. Or, if it had begun earlier, it became unmistakable there. He had no privacy for 4 years. Not for an hour. That is a detail people underestimate. He said it was among the very worst of it. Never once, in 4 years, being alone in a room, and there was one further thing, which for him was the sharpest of all. He could not write. No paper, no pen, no permission. For 4 years, a man whose entire method of processing existence was to put it into sentences was forbidden the instrument. So he did it in his head. He composed and memorized and held things. Several accounts suggest that a good deal of what became his later work was carried out of Siberia entirely in memory. It is worth spending a moment on the geography, because Omsk is not simply a place name. Western Siberia at that latitude is flat in a way that is difficult to describe to somebody who has not stood in it. Not rolling, flat. The steppe goes out to the horizon in every direction, and the horizon is a perfect line, and in winter it is white, and in summer it is a dull grey-green. There are no features, nothing to fix your eye on. Men in the camp worked outside for much of the year, and one of the things he wrote about is what that landscape does to a person over 4 years. Some of the convicts, he said, would stare out across it during work at nothing for long periods. The steppe appears at the end of Crime and Punishment, and it is the single most important piece of scenery in the book. Raskolnikov sits on a riverbank in the sun and looks out across an enormous flat distance where nomads are moving with their tents, and something in him gives way. The reason that scene works is that the emptiness is the point. In the city, every surface has a person's decision on it. Out there is nothing that anybody built, and the human quarrel that has been running in his head for 400 pages simply loses its scale. He had sat on that bank. He knew what it did. If you have ever driven out somewhere large and empty during a bad period and found that the trouble went quiet for an hour and then came back, but slightly smaller, then you have had the Siberian effect in miniature. Chapter 35. The Common Room. Here is what actually happened to him in there, and it is not what the young man from the Petrashevsky circle would have predicted. He had spent his 20s in rooms with educated people, discussing the condition of the Russian peasantry as a moral and political question. He was, in the most sincere possible way, on their side. He wanted serfdom abolished. He had risked and lost his freedom partly over it. And then he was put in a wooden barracks with 200 actual Russian peasants, most of them convicted of violent crimes, for 4 years, with no way out and no protective distance whatsoever. And they hated him. That is the part that never appears in the sentimental version. The convicts despised the political prisoners from the gentry. They regarded them as outsiders playing at hardship. He was called names. He was told more than once and in blunt terms that he did not belong there and would never be one of them, that a gentleman is a gentleman even with irons on. For a man who had gone to prison in part because he believed in the brotherhood of all Russians, this was a wound that went very deep and took years to work through. What eventually came out of it was not disillusionment. It was something harder and more valuable. He stopped loving the people as an idea and started seeing them as people, which meant seeing that some of them were monstrous, that some of them were extraordinarily good, that most were both in turns, and that none of them were the abstraction he had been defending in a drawing room in Petersburg. There is a general principle in there, and it applies well outside 19th century Russia. It is comparatively easy to love a category. It costs nothing. Living for 4 years in one room with the members of that category is a different discipline entirely. The hostility of the convicts is worth understanding properly, because it was not simple snobbery in reverse. The peasants in that barracks had spent their entire lives being ruled, taxed, conscripted, flogged, and disposed of by men from exactly the class that Dostoevsky came from. They did not distinguish between a good gentleman and a bad one, because from underneath the distinction is not visible and rarely matters. So when a gentleman arrived among them wearing the same irons, they did not see a comrade. They saw an anomaly, and the sight of it did not soften them. If anything, it did the opposite. He was a chance to give some of it back. He understood this eventually, and when he wrote it up, he did not complain. He said something much harder, which is that they were right about him in a way that he could not argue with. He would go home eventually to a different life. They mostly would not. The irons were the same irons, and the futures were not. And this is where his politics finally settled, and it is why nobody has ever been able to file him neatly. He did not conclude that the gap should be closed by a reorganization of society, because he no longer believed a reorganization could reach that deep, and he did not conclude that the gap was natural and should be left alone, because he had spent 4 years on the wrong side of it and knew exactly what it cost. He concluded that the only place the gap can actually be crossed is between two particular people in one room over time, and that everything larger than that is mostly noise. You may agree with that or not. It was expensive to acquire. Chapter 36. The Bathhouse. There is a scene in his book about the camp that everybody who has read it remembers, and I want to give it to you because of what it does with horror. Once a week, or less often, the convicts were taken to the bathhouse in the town, a small room, very hot, very low, filled with steam, and something like 100 men crammed into a space meant for a fraction of that number, all of them in leg irons which cannot be removed for washing. The scene, he writes, is one of the most extraordinary things in Russian literature. Steam so thick you cannot see, bodies everywhere, the noise, the clank of chains through water. Men shouting, laughing, buying places on the benches, beating themselves with birch twigs in the traditional way, scars from floggings on every back. And what is astonishing about the writing is that it is not disgusted, it is amazed. There is a strange delight in it, a sense of a man looking at something appalling and finding it, against all expectation, magnificent and full of life. That capacity is, I think, the central thing that came out of Siberia in him. Not resignation, not piety, not political conversion, though there was a great deal of political change. What came out was an ability to look at the worst arrangement of human beings imaginable and to see still that it is human beings, and that human beings are interesting all the way down. If you have ever been in a hospital ward, or a bad job, or a difficult family gathering, and found yourself in the middle of it, quietly fascinated rather than only miserable, you have touched the same thing. He said of those years that he came out of them with a conviction he never lost, that in the very worst men he had met there was something, and in the very best there was something rotten, and that no system of thought that requires people to be one thing or the other can be true. There is a further thing about the bathhouse scene, and it is technical, and it will change how you read him if you ever do. The scene is written almost entirely in the present tense of sensation. Steam, heat, noise, bodies, chains. Nothing is explained, nothing is summarized. The narrator does not stand outside it and tell you what it means. That is extremely unusual for the middle of the 19th century, when the standard equipment of a novel included a narrator who would helpfully interpret. He learned that method in the camp, I think, because in the camp there was no interpretation available. Things simply happened, at close range, one after another, and the only sane relationship to them was to take them in. A great deal of 20th century literature comes out of that decision, and most of it comes out of it by way of him. But the reason I am telling you at this hour is not literary history. It is that the method is also a way of getting through a night. When something is too much to think about, you can very often still perceive it. The thinking apparatus jams. The perceiving apparatus does not. Steam, heat, noise, the weight of the blanket, the shape of the light under the door. Perception is the lower gear, and it is available when the higher one will not engage. He found that out in a wooden shed on the edge of Asia, at a moment when thinking would have destroyed him, and he then spent 30 years writing books that teach it by demonstration. Chapter 37. The Peasant Marey. There is one more scene from the camp, and it is the one I would keep if I could keep only one. It is Easter week in the prison. Easter week meant no work and access to drink, and so the barracks descend into a 2 or 3 day riot. Fighting, screaming, men drunk and violent in a locked wooden building. He described lying on his plank, face to the wall, in a state of complete despair, not fear, something worse, a sort of disgust at them, at the place, at himself for being there. And out of nowhere, from 30 years back, a memory arrived. He was 9 years old, in the country, in August, near his father's small estate. He was walking alone at the edge of a wood, and he heard, or thought he heard, a voice shout that there was a wolf. He ran, terrified, out into an open field where a serf named Marey was ploughing. Marey was one of his father's peasants, a big man in his 50s with a beard. And when this terrified gentleman's child came running at him out of the trees, Marey stopped his horse and put out his hand and touched the boy's cheek and calmed him and told him there was no wolf, that he had imagined it, and made the sign of the cross over him, and stood there smiling at him with a kind of maternal gentleness until the child was steady enough to walk back. And then, presumably, went back to his ploughing and never thought about it again and never knew. Lying on the plank in the barracks, in the middle of the drunken riot, Dostoevsky remembered this, and it undid him. Because the men shouting and fighting around him were the same people as Marey, not similar, the same. Any one of them might have a moment like that in him, unrecorded, unrewarded, forgotten by everyone but the child it happened to. He wrote it up decades later as a short piece, and it is one of the few things he wrote that has no irony in it at all. That is what turned in him in the camp. Not an argument, a memory of being touched on the cheek in a field when he was 9. There is one aspect of the Marey memory that I did not mention, and it is the part that makes it more than a sentimental story. He says in the piece that he had not thought about Marey once in the intervening 20 years. Not once. The memory had been sitting there entirely unvisited, and it arrived complete, in the middle of a drunken riot in a prison barracks, because something in the situation called it. That is a very accurate description of how memory actually behaves, and it was written decades before anybody studied the matter properly. We tend to imagine memory as a store we consult. It is much more like a set of resonances. A smell, a quality of light, a particular kind of despair, and something comes up that has no obvious connection and turns out to have every connection. What called Marey, I think, was not the shouting. It was the specific feeling of being a frightened child surrounded by a large, frightening world, which was exactly his position on that plank bed, and which was exactly his position at 9 years old at the edge of that wood. The memory did not arrive to comfort him. It arrived because it matched. And then it did comfort him enormously and changed his relationship to 200 criminals, because it reminded him of a fact he had known and mislaid, that the frightening large world is made of individuals, and that any one of them, stopped in the middle of ploughing, might put out a hand. That is worth having at 1 in the morning. The things that will steady you are usually already inside, filed under nothing in particular, waiting for a match. Chapter 38. The Falling Sickness. I said we would come back to the epilepsy, and this is the right place, because the Siberian years are where it became the permanent architecture of his life. The seizures came without much warning. There would be an aura first, sometimes only seconds long, and then the fall. I described the aura earlier. He said it was a state of complete harmony, of certainty, of light, in which everything made sense, in which he understood with total clarity, and in which he felt an absolute happiness that he could not describe afterward in any way that satisfied him. And he said, repeatedly, in conversation and in his fiction, that for a few seconds of that state, a man might reasonably give his entire life, then the seizure, then afterward days of a heavy sick blackness, guilt without a cause, an inability to work, a sense that he had done something terrible. Now, I am not going to romanticize a serious neurological condition. It shortened his life, it interrupted his work, it frightened his family, and there was no treatment for it worth the name in the 19th century. But there is something in the shape of it that goes right to the center of his view of the world. He knew physically that ecstasy and collapse are neighbors, that the highest state a person can enter can be produced by the same electrical fault that then throws them on the floor, that the sublime and the pathological might, in the end, be the same event described from two sides. Everything in his fiction that seems excessive to a first-time reader comes from a man who was not exaggerating. Characters who go from adoration to fury in a page. People who love and hate the same person in the same sentence. He lived in a nervous system that did exactly that on a schedule. A note about the aura, and then we will leave the illness alone. There is a modern medical literature on what is sometimes called ecstatic epilepsy, associated with a particular region of the brain, in which patients report exactly what he reported. A feeling of absolute certainty, of unity, of everything being intelligible, of overwhelming well-being. Some of them describe it as the most significant experience of their lives, and are not remotely troubled that it has a physical cause. Now, there is an obvious deflationary reading available, and it goes, the mystical state is only electricity, therefore it means nothing. He considered that reading and rejected it, and his reason for rejecting it is more interesting than the argument itself. He said, in effect, that it did not matter whether the state had a physical cause, because everything we experience has a physical cause, including our conviction that 2 + 2 is 4. A mechanism is not a refutation. The question is not what produced the experience, but whether what was seen inside it was true. That is a much better piece of philosophy than most writers manage, and he arrived at it not by reasoning, but by having the thing happen to him a few hundred times. For our purposes tonight, the useful residue is smaller and quite practical. States of mind are physical. Yours, right now, is physical. The heaviness or lightness in your chest at this hour is not a verdict on your life. It is a chemistry with a time of day attached to it, and it will be different at 9 in the morning, and that difference is not a trick. Chapter 39. 4 years and the gate. In February of 1854, the 4 years ended. The irons were struck off in the smithy. He wrote about that moment with a precision that only a person who has actually experienced it would think to include. He said that when the irons came off, he picked them up and held them and looked at them, wanting to hold in his hands the thing that had been on his legs for 4 years. That is such a strange and human impulse, not to throw them away, to hold them and look at them and try to make the last 4 years into an object he could see. He walked out of the stockade. And now, here is the thing that people forget about this story, and it is the least dramatic and possibly the most important part of it. He was not free. The sentence had 2 halves: 4 years of hard labor and then service as a private soldier in the Siberian line battalions for an unspecified period, with all rights and rank still stripped. He was 32 years old. He was sent to Semipalatinsk, a garrison town on the edge of the Kazakh steppe, to be a common soldier. He would not see European Russia again for another 5 years. So the total is this: arrested at 27, 8 months in the fortress, the square, 4 years in the camp, 5 more years in exile in a dusty garrison town, 10 years taken out of the exact middle of a writer's life for reading a letter aloud. He returned to St. Petersburg at 38, and every one of the 6 novels he is now known for was written after that. There is one more scene from the release worth having, because it is so unlike what a novelist would invent. Once the irons were off, he did not leave immediately. There were formalities, and he stayed some days in the town. And what he wanted, more than anything, was not freedom in the abstract. It was to be alone in a room. 4 years without a single hour of solitude had produced a hunger that had nothing to do with liberty. He wanted a door. I mention it because we tend to imagine that the great deprivations are the obvious ones: food, warmth, safety, freedom. And they are. But the thing that people who have been through such places talk about afterward, over and over, is the loss of small dignities. A door, a private thought, the ability to be unobserved for 20 minutes. There is a lesson in that for ordinary life which is almost too simple to say out loud, so I will say it quickly and let it go. If you live with other people, and you are tired, and you cannot work out what is wrong, it is frequently this: not a grand dissatisfaction, just the absence of a door. He got one eventually, in a garrison town on the edge of the steppe, and by the accounts of his friend Wrangel, he spent the first weeks of it reading like a man eating, Chapter 40. Semipalatinsk. The garrison years are the quiet ones, and they get about 4 lines in most accounts, so let us give them a chapter, because a great deal happened. He drilled. He was a private soldier at 32, doing the same exercises as boys of 19. In a small town on the edge of the steppe, he was eventually promoted, slowly, through the lowest ranks. He was allowed to read again and to write. Books came from his brother. He read enormously, catching up on 10 years of European and Russian literature that had happened without him. He made a friend, a young prosecutor named Wrangel, who was a great admirer of his early work and who arranged small mercies for him. That friendship mattered a great deal. After 4 years in which nobody in the room had chosen his company, somebody sought him out. And he fell in love, badly and complicatedly, with a married woman named Maria Isayeva. Her husband was a customs official, an alcoholic, in poor health. The husband died. There was a rival, a young teacher, Dostoevsky, 35 years old, a private soldier with no money and no prospects and a criminal record, competed for her and won and married her in 1857. The marriage was not happy. She was ill, probably already with the tuberculosis that would kill her 7 years later. They were, by most accounts, badly matched. There is a sentence in a letter of his about it that is unbearable in its plainness, in which he says that they were unhappy together and yet could not stop loving each other. And on their wedding journey he had a major seizure in front of her, which she had not been warned about and which terrified her. So this is the man who comes back to Petersburg at 38, a former convict, a soldier lately promoted, married to a dying woman he cannot make happy, epileptic. 10 years out of the literary world, in which his name has almost entirely faded, in debt, and carrying in his head the entire material of the rest of his life. Let me finish the Siberian years with something about Wrangel, because friendship in his life is a subject that gets very little attention. Alexander Wrangel was 21 years old, a baron, newly appointed as a public prosecutor in Semipalatinsk. He had, as a schoolboy in Petersburg, been in the crowd on Semyonovsky Square that December morning, watching. He had read Poor Folk and admired it. And when he was posted to the town where the author of that book was serving as a private soldier, he sought him out. He brought letters. He arranged for him to be able to write. He lent money he mostly did not get back. He listened to an unhappy man talk about an unsuitable woman for what must have been hundreds of hours. He wrote a memoir about it half a century later, in old age, with obvious affection. There is no drama in this. Nobody was saved. It is simply a younger man taking an interest in an older one who had been dropped out of the world, and doing the practical things. But it is worth naming, because in every account of a person surviving something, there is always a wrangle, and the accounts almost never make much of him. The mock execution and the prison are the parts of this story that are remembered. The reason the man came out of it able to write anything at all is very largely that in a dusty garrison town on the Kazakh frontier, somebody turned up with books. Chapter 41. The House of the Dead. The first major thing he published after coming back was the book about the camp. Notes from the House of the Dead, appeared in installments in the early 1860s. It is presented as the papers of a fictional convict, a device that was necessary to get it past the censor, and nobody was fooled for a moment. It was a sensation, and for a specific reason. Nobody in Russia had ever written from inside a penal colony before. There had been official reports, and there had been rumor. There had not been a book by a man who had lived 4 years in the barracks and could write. Tolstoy called it the best book in modern Russian literature. That is a remarkable thing for Tolstoy to have said about anybody, and he did not say it lightly, and he did not much like Dostoevsky. What is strange about the book, and what people are not prepared for, is how little complaint there is in it. It is not an indictment. There are horrors in it, described accurately and without flinching, but the temperature of the writing is curiosity. It is full of portraits. This convict, who was a serial murderer and is the mildest, most obliging man in the barracks, that one who cannot stop stealing and does not know why. The prison theatricals, staged by convicts at Christmas, which he describes with real joy, because for 2 hours these men had something to make and an audience to make it for. There is a passage about a convict who saved up his tiny earnings for months in order to buy a horse, not to use, not to sell, but simply to have. And another about the men keeping a stray dog. And another about a wounded eagle that the convicts kept for a while and eventually carried out onto the steppe and released, because they could not stand to watch it in a corner. That is what he brought back from the worst place in the empire. Not a thesis, a collection of people. There is a small structural thing in House of the Dead that is worth knowing, because it is the beginning of everything he did afterward. The book has almost no plot. There is no protagonist in the ordinary sense. The narrator is a device, and the chapters are more like a series of rooms than a sequence of events. What holds it together is a single organizing question which is never stated and which the book asks on every page. What is a person? Every convict he describes is presented as an answer to that question, and none of the answers agree. The murderer who is gentle, the thief who is generous, the one who is nothing at all, a blank, and who is somehow more disturbing than any of the violent ones, the petty tyrant among the guards, who has no power outside those walls and has arranged his entire existence around the small amount he has inside them. 4 years of enforced observation, with no privacy and no books and no possibility of leaving, produced a man who had looked at 200 human beings more closely than most novelists look at 10. And when he came out and began writing again, he had a resource that no other writer of his generation had. He was not inventing people, he was remembering them. That is the answer to the question people ask about him, which is how a man who wrote so quickly, always for money, always late, could produce characters that feel more real than the reader's own acquaintances. He was not making them up. He had lived in a shed with them. Chapter 42. The man in The Idiot who had 5 minutes. 19 years after the Square, he wrote The Idiot. Prince Mishkin, the central character, arrives in Petersburg from a Swiss sanatorium. He is gentle, transparently honest, socially disastrous, and epileptic. He is the closest thing to a self-portrait Dostoevsky ever put in a novel, with the difference that Mishkin is good in a way that Dostoevsky knew perfectly well he himself was not. Early in the book, Mishkin is in a drawing room, meeting a family for the first time, and he tells them, apropos of very little, a story. He says he once knew a man who had been led out to be executed and then reprieved at the last moment, and that this man had told him what those minutes were like. And then he describes them: the certainty of death, the 20 minutes, then the 10, then the 5, the division of the remaining time into portions. 2 minutes for goodbyes, 2 minutes for himself, and the last to look around, the failure to use the time properly, the thoughts that would not stay on the subject, and the gold roof of a church catching the sun and being unable to look away from it, and the strange idea of joining that light, and then the sentence that the whole novel keeps returning to. The condemned man thinks, "What if I did not have to die? What if my life were given back to me? What an infinity that would be! I would turn every minute into an age. I would count every one. I would not waste a single one." And then Mishkin in the drawing room adds the part that makes it literature rather than anecdote. He says the man did get his life back, and he did not do it. He did not turn every minute into an age. He lived and he wasted a great deal of it, exactly like everybody else. I want to say something about why he gave that story to Mishkin, of all characters, rather than keeping it for a narrator. Mishkin is not a strong man. He is not wise in any usable way. He is transparently good, and the entire novel is an experiment in what happens to transparent goodness when it is put into a drawing room full of people who are competing. The answer, over 600 pages, is that it is destroyed, and that it destroys several of the people who come near it. Not through any fault, but because they cannot bear being seen without irony. And the mock execution story is placed almost at the beginning, in his mouth, at his first social gathering, where it is completely inappropriate. He tells it because somebody asks him a question, and he answers honestly, which is what he always does, and which is what makes him impossible. The effect on the room is embarrassment. That is one of the most acute things in the whole novel, and it is autobiographical in a way that has nothing to do with firing squads. Dostoevsky knew exactly what it is like to have an experience so large that it cannot be introduced into ordinary conversation without breaking it. Anybody who has been seriously ill or bereaved, or has been through something the people around them have not, knows this precisely. There is no polite length at which the thing can be said. Either you leave it out and are slightly absent from every conversation for a year, or you say it and watch a room go quiet and then change the subject with relief. He gave that predicament to his gentlest character and let it run. Chapter 43. An age out of a minute. That is the honest ending, and it is the reason this story is worth 4 hours of a night rather than 4 minutes of a motivational speech. The man in the story does not become enlightened. He becomes ordinary again. he receives the most extreme lesson available to a human being about the value of time. He understands it completely. He means every word of his resolution. And then, within a few months, he is back to losing afternoons. Dostoevsky knew this because he had done it himself. Read his letters from the 1860s and 70s. He is in debt. He is gambling disastrously at roulette in German spa towns, pawning his wife's things, writing frantic letters begging for advances. He quarrels. He is jealous. He wastes years on a magazine that fails. He is, in short, a man living a life, not a sage administering one. So, what was the mock execution actually worth if it did not fix him? Here is the answer the books give, and I think it is right, and it is a great deal more useful than the version where the hero is permanently transformed. It did not change how he lived. It changed what he could see. He could not, after that morning, look at an ordinary person doing an ordinary thing without registering the enormity of it. A clerk walking to work, a woman haggling over a fish, a drunk arguing with a lamp-post. He saw them the way you see things in the last minute, when the sunlight on a roof becomes almost unbearable in its ordinary brightness. And because he could see it, he could write it, and because he wrote it, several million people who were never taken out into a square in the snow have been able to borrow the sight for a few hundred pages at a time. That is the transaction. He did not get to keep it, he got to transmit it. There is a further honesty in that passage which I skipped over, and it deserves its own moment. Mishkin says the man got his life back and did not use every minute, but he also says something slightly different and more forgiving, which people tend not to quote. He says that perhaps the man was right not to be able to do it, that living by that arithmetic, counting each minute, valuing each one at its full weight, might not actually be possible for a human being, and that a person who genuinely tried it might not be able to bear it. That is a remarkable thing for him to have written, given what he had been through, and it saves the whole passage from becoming a lecture. Because think about it seriously for a moment. A life in which every minute is felt at full intensity is not a good life. It is a nervous breakdown. The ordinary blurring of the days, the automatic pilot, the hours that pass unnoticed are not simply laziness, they are protective. They are what allows a person to do the dishes without confronting mortality over the sink. So the correct conclusion is not that you should feel everything. The correct conclusion, and I believe it is his, is that the ordinary blur is fine and necessary and should be left alone, and that a few minutes a week of not blur is enough to keep the whole thing honest. That is a proportion a person can actually live with. He could not manage more than that either. Chapter 44. Why Raskolnikov cannot stop thinking. Crime and Punishment came out in 1866, 4 years before The Idiot, and it is the book most people meet him through. A poor ex-student in Petersburg murders an old pawnbroker with an axe, and her sister, who walks in. It is described as a novel about a murder, which it is not really. It is a novel about a man who has an idea, and about what an idea does to a person when it is held too tightly and for too long in a small, hot room. Raskolnikov's idea is that history is made by a very few people who have the right to step over the ordinary moral rules, and that most human beings are simply material. He wants to know which he is. The murder is a test he sets himself. The reason the book is unbearable and unputdownable at the same time is that Dostoevsky refuses to let the murder be the interesting part. It happens early, and it is botched, and it is squalid. What follows is 400 pages of a nervous system in the aftermath being taken apart, and the astonishing thing is that Raskolnikov is not destroyed by guilt in any straightforward way. He is destroyed by isolation, by no longer being able to be in a room with his mother, by the discovery that he has cut himself off from ordinary human company and cannot get back. And when the ending comes, it does not come from an argument. Nobody convinces him he was wrong. He simply reaches a point where he cannot bear the separateness any longer and goes and confesses and is sent to a prison in Siberia, where, in the last pages, on a riverbank, in the sun, looking at the steppe, something quietly and undramatically opens in him. The man who wrote that ending had stood on that riverbank himself in irons. There is a scene near the end of Crime and Punishment that I would like to describe because it is the closest thing in his work to a description of what happens to a person at this hour of the night. Raskolnikov, having confessed, is in the Siberian prison. He is not repentant. That is important. He has confessed for reasons that have nothing to do with remorse, and he still, in his own mind, believes his theory was correct and that he simply turned out not to be the kind of man who could carry it. He is ill for a period, and during the illness he has a dream, which is one of the strangest passages in 19th century fiction. He dreams that a plague has come to the world, in the form of microscopic creatures that lodge in the mind. Everyone infected becomes absolutely certain that they alone possess the truth. Nobody can agree with anybody. Whole societies collapse, not through wickedness, but because every single person is entirely convinced of their own correctness and cannot hear another voice. Then he wakes up, and it is Easter, and he goes out to the riverbank, and Sonia comes and sits down beside him, and neither of them says anything of consequence, and something opens. He wrote that dream in 1866. I am not going to draw the obvious modern parallel, because it is 1 a.m, and there is no need. I will only say that the cure in the book is not an argument. Nobody proves anything to him. The cure is a person sitting down next to him without speaking. Chapter 45. The Brothers and the Onion. The last novel, The Brothers Karamazov, was finished in 1880, a few months before he died. He was 58. He had been writing for 35 years, and the great subject of his life, the father who dies and the sons who wished it, finally came out whole. There is a small story inside that enormous book which I want to leave with you, because it is the closest thing to a summary of the man's whole position, and because it is very short. A woman, described as thoroughly wicked, dies and goes to the lake of fire. Her guardian angel, wanting to save her, tries to think of one good deed she did in her life and finds one. She once gave an onion out of her garden to a beggar. So the angel takes the onion and holds it down to her and tells her to take hold of it and begins to pull her out. She is almost out when the other souls in the lake see what is happening and take hold of her to be pulled out with her. And she kicks at them. She shouts that it is her onion, not theirs. And as soon as she says it, the onion breaks and she falls back. That is the whole thing. That is the argument of a lifetime, told in 90 seconds by a minor character. You do not get pulled out alone. There is no version of it where you get pulled out alone. The moment you insist that the small good thing was yours and not theirs, the small good thing stops working. He came to that from 4 years in a wooden barracks with 200 criminals who despised him. It is not a sentimental conclusion. It is a report from the field. There is one more small thing in the Brothers Karamazov that I would like to leave you with, and it is even shorter than the onion. An elderly monk, Zosima, gives advice at various points in the book, and most of it is about very small matters. And at one point he says something to the effect that a person should love the animals and the plants and each leaf, and that if you love each thing, you will begin to perceive the mystery in things. And having perceived it, you will come to love the whole world. It is easy to read past that as pious decoration. It is not. It is a technical instruction, and it is the inverse of how we normally proceed. We normally try to love in the large and then find that we cannot deliver it in the particular. We are for humanity and short with the person in front of us. He is saying, reverse the order. Do not try to love the world. Love one leaf accurately. The rest follows or it does not, but at least the leaf has actually been attended to. And that is, when you put it beside the story we have been sitting with for 4 hours, exactly the same instruction as the one he received on the parade ground. He was not given the world in his last minute. He was given a gold roof in the sun, and he looked at it, and the looking was so complete that he was still writing about it 30 years later. One roof, one leaf, one face. The particular is the only door there has ever been. Chapter 46. The Arithmetic of an Ordinary Evening. He died on the 28th of January, 1881, in St. Petersburg, of a hemorrhage of the lungs. He was 59. Something like 30,000 people came out into the streets for the funeral. Students, workers, officials, women who had written to him, people who had never met him. It was one of the largest gatherings the city had seen that was not organized by the state. 32 years earlier, a much smaller crowd had come out to watch him be shot. Now, the last part of tonight belongs to you, and I am going to make it very plain and then let you go to sleep. We began with a man who was given a number, 5 minutes, and we watched what a mind does when it knows the number. You do not have a number. That is the whole difficulty. You have an unknown quantity of an unknown thing, and the human animal is extremely bad at valuing an unknown quantity. So here is the arithmetic, done gently, once, and then we will leave it alone. An evening is about 4 hours long, from when the work stops to when you lie down. Call it 240 minutes. If you are lucky, and life is ordinary, and nothing goes wrong, You have some thousands of those evenings left. It is a large number, and it is not an infinite number. And the difference between large and infinite is the entire subject of this recording. Now, the question the mock execution asks is not, are you using them productively? He was not, and he would have found that question tiresome and modern and slightly vulgar. The question is much smaller. It is, were you there? Let me add one more number to the arithmetic, and then we will put the arithmetic away for good. He was 28 on that square. He died at 59. So the life that was handed back to him on the 22nd of December 1849 ran for 31 years and about 5 weeks. In those 31 years he wrote House of the Dead, Notes from Underground, Crime and Punishment, The Gambler, The Idiot, Demons, The Adolescent, and the Brothers Karamazov. He edited 2 magazines, both of which failed. He married twice, buried his first wife and his brother in the same year, lost 2 children, was hounded by creditors, lived abroad to escape them, gambled catastrophically and then stopped, and in the last years of his life became something close to a national figure. Consulted, written to, argued with, none of it was tidy. Almost all of it was done under financial pressure, at speed, at night. And it all came out of hours that had already been formally cancelled. That is the arithmetic that is worth carrying, and it has nothing to do with productivity, which is a word he would not have understood in our sense. It is simply this. Everything he is remembered for happened after the point at which the story could reasonably have ended. Everything. You are, tonight, also somewhere in a stretch of years that nobody guaranteed you. Nothing has been cancelled and reinstated, in your case with drums and a courier. It simply arrived, quietly, the way it does, every morning, without ceremony. Chapter 47, What Attention Actually Costs. Here is the practical part, and it is the only instruction in 4 hours, and it is not very demanding. He did not become a better man after the square. He gambled and quarrelled and lost money and was difficult to live with. So we are not going to pretend that any of us are about to be transformed by a story heard at 1 a.m. But he did acquire one habit, and it is a modest one, and it can be borrowed. He looked at things. That is all. When he wrote about a street, he had looked at the street. When he wrote about a face, the face had been looked at, not glanced at. The person who wrote the bathhouse scene had stood in the bathhouse and had not gone somewhere else in his head to escape it. The last minute of a condemned man is spent looking at a gold roof, not because gold roofs are important, because in the last minute the mind finally stops calculating and simply receives. And the thing worth knowing is that you can do a very small amount of that on any ordinary Tuesday for free without any threat to your life whatsoever. It looks like this. You are drinking something warm. For 4 seconds, you are only drinking it. You are not also planning Or somebody you have lived with for 20 years is talking, and for 10 seconds you actually look at their face while they do it, the way you would look at it if you had 5 minutes left. That is the entire technique. It has no name and requires no equipment. It is not going to fix your life. He did not fix his. But you will have been present for a few more minutes of your own existence than you would otherwise have been, and over a decade that is not a small quantity of life recovered. 2 small notes on the technique, and then the last chapter. The first is that it does not require a special occasion. People tend to save attention for scenery, holidays, sunsets, the sea. And then the attention becomes a performance, and there is a phone involved, and the thing gets photographed rather than seen. The material is much closer than that. A door frame you have walked through 9,000 times. The particular sound of somebody in the next room. The colour of tea. He wrote a masterpiece about a man in a corner of a kitchen worrying about his boots. The second note is that it is a physical act, not a mental one. You do not achieve presence by deciding to be present. You get there by using a sense. Look at a thing. Listen to a thing. Feel the weight of the blanket where it crosses your feet. The mind will follow the sense. It will not follow an instruction. That is the whole method, and it has been known for a very long time by contemplatives of every tradition. And he arrived at it by an unusually unpleasant route, and it costs nothing, and there is no course to buy. Look at one thing properly. That is all he was doing in the last minute he thought he had, and it was enough to hold him for the rest of his life. And you can do it lying down, in the dark, with your eyes closed, using the only sense that is still fully open at this hour, which is hearing. There is a sound in your room right now. There always is. Go and find it and stay with it for 4 seconds. And then let it go. Chapter 48. The hour you are lying in. And now let us come all the way back to where you are, because this is the last chapter and there is nowhere else to be. You are in the dark. It is late. The day is finished, and whatever it contained, good or bad or mostly neither, it is now behind you and cannot be edited. Nothing is required of you. Somewhere in this house or building there is the sound of something ordinary, a pipe, a fan, traffic a long way off. Your body has been holding a small amount of tension in the shoulders and the jaw all day, and it is beginning now to put it down. There was a man who thought he had 5 minutes left, and he spent the last of them looking at a roof in the sun, and then he was given the rest of his life back and did not use it perfectly, and wrote several books about people who also did not use it perfectly, and those books are still, tonight, one of the places human beings go when they want to feel less alone about that. You have been given something similar and much quieter. Not a reprieve on a parade ground, just an ordinary night, in an ordinary bed, in a life that is going to continue in the morning. That is the enormous thing that never announces itself as enormous. You do not have to do anything with it. You do not have to be grateful or resolve anything or wake up different. He would not have asked that of you. He knew exactly how little of that ever survives contact with a Wednesday. Just let it be true for a moment. You are here. The hour is yours. Nothing is being taken. Let the shoulders go. Let the jaw come apart slightly. Let the breath get slower on its own without help. The story is finished. The square is empty and has been for 176 years. The snow that was on it that morning melted before spring, and you are warm, and it is late, and there is nothing left to attend to. Sleep now.